All right. Hello. Hope you had a good weekend. Today is May 12th on a Monday. The time of the stream. Hello. Time to continue with Black Beacon, Chapter 5 here. And, fingers crossed, I'm hoping something exciting happens for this chapter. And not until the very end of it, please. I don't want to end up falling asleep in the middle of this shit. Like it was last time. Because, man, I've voiced my thoughts already on the previous chapter, so I hope this doesn't invoke the same feelings. Or evoke the same feelings, because, man, I don't know. There is a chapter 6 after this, so, but I don't know if chapter 6 is going to be a continuation of the whole Qian stuff. It might be, maybe, I don't know, but again, hopefully something interesting or exciting happens, because I don't know. But I'll be fair and continue going through the story despite my own personal feelings. Maybe it'll turn around somewhere down the line. After all, it took PGR like 8 main story chapters for it to get super crazy and interesting. So maybe this will be the same. You never know. Never know. At least I'm being fair about it. Alright. Without further ado, let's begin. Fleeting Life. This chapter should have about maybe 18 nodes, 19. I did check from the rewards tab of this chapter. Thatched eaves hang low and green grass grow. Okay. Bright moon shines in the sky, resembling a gleaming mirror. A person emerges from beneath the eaves, bathed in moonlight, and raises a glass of wine to the moon. I forgot this. I had this in Chinese. Shadow appears by his side.
先生好雅兴，近日怎么引起酒来了？ 长夏昼咏，忙里偷闲，自配小酒，乃浮生乐事。
Solar tilted says.
说起来，10多年前在西极域，我也受过你1碗酒的招待。那时你还小，如今倒是已经可以与我对酌了。要不要也来一杯？
多谢先生，但不必了。吾时尚且品不出酒的美妙。
那我便独享这壶中滋味了。
Sora takes a sip of wine, continues reciting poetry.
吾不识青天高，皇帝厚。 唯见月寒日暖，来兼人寿。时雄则肥，时蛙则瘦。神君何在？太医安有？天东有若木，夏至闲竹楼。 吾将斩龙族，嚼龙肉，使之朝不得回，夜不得伏。自然，老者不死，少者不哭。
先生所咏的，是前代诗人所作的苦咒短吧？
正是。你可知这诗中真意？
无师才疏学浅，只能从字面略知一二。这诗讲的是光阴似箭，日月消磨，人生苦短。诗人由此慨叹，问世上是否真有不食五谷的神仙？传说中，天的东方有一棵叫若木的巨树，树下盘绕着叫烛龙的神龙。他闭上眼睛就是黑夜，睁开眼睛就是白昼。于是诗人狂想，若能斩下烛龙的脚，吃掉烛龙的肉，让它白天不能巡回，夜晚不能潜伏，那么时光自然停止，老者也就不会死去，少者也就不再哭泣。
是啊，正是如此。多好的一首诗，多好的一个梦想。老者不死，少者不哭。若人人都能长生，那人间该是怎样一个桃花源？不老，不病，不死。所有人都有足够漫长的时光认识所有人，所有人都能与所有人在丰饶的树林中成为朋友。一切烦恼、争端，在无限的寿命面前都会变得微不足道，而无限的寿命，又必然带来无限的知识、智慧和经验。在那样一个世界里，人人都可以像贤者一样聪慧、理智。
确实是个很美好的梦想。只是世上既没有不死的仙人，也没有龙。凡人要求得长生，更是遥遥无期。
你没有见过，怎能轻易断言世上没有仙人，也没有龙呢？至于长生，历朝历代都在追求它，也未见得就是虚无缥缈之事吧。
Zora shakes his head and sighs.
天下皆知美之为美，斯恶已；皆知善之为善，斯不善已。故有无相生，难易相成；长短相形，高下相倾；音声相和，前后相随。是以圣人处无为之事，行不言之教，万物作焉而不辞，生而不有，为而不恃，功成而弗居。夫为弗居，是以不去。
先生博古通今，量无实浅薄，不解先生语中深意。
博通倒不至于，我也不过是识人牙慧罢了。刚才那番话，是我过去曾有幸认识的一位哲人留给我的箴言。他跟我说，天下熙熙攘攘，利欲纷纷，正因有对比，人民才会产生欲望，才会为此争名夺利。因此，不标榜奇异的才能，不把珍稀之物看重，不炫耀能引起贪欲之物，方不会扰乱民众之心。即所谓不尚贤，使民不争；不贵难得之货，使民不为盗；不见可欲，使民心不乱。即便如此，有两种欲望是圣人也难以消弭的，一曰果腹，二曰无极。是不是有些复杂？讲大白话，其实就是填饱肚子和不生病。 这是天下苍生在生存前的最基本诉求，而在这个诉求前，众生平等。因此，是以圣人之治，虚其心，实其腹，弱其志，强其骨，常使民无知无欲，使夫知者不敢为也。为无为，则无不治。即填饱百姓的肚子，强健百姓的体魄，使百姓不怀有成见，不心生贪欲，如此，便可天下太平。到了那个时候，生命就像播种于原野之上的茂盛花草，只需要向阳而开。
先生行事自有道理，我本不该过问，但
问吧，无妨。
那就容无时斗胆了。先生所谋，必定甚大。看先生今日如此兴致，是否快到最后关头了？
无时，你很聪明。正是这样。
恕无时办事不力，已是这等紧要关头，却未能替先生事先拔出那些杂草。
谢罪倒是不必了。
Laura looks down at Wushi, wearing a friendly expression.
我需去办点事情，短期内都不会和你再见了。至于苍岭城内剩下的事，都交给你了。
剩下的事，
无时，你有你的道，顺应你的内心行事即可。
Wushi remains silent for a while before nodding slightly.
谨遵先生吩咐。
Sour turns his gaze to his glass. The wine is almost gone. The time has come. It is time to break free from the cycle of life and death. It is time to establish an eternal paradise. Not gonna lie, half of that, I was not paying attention to. Insufficient stamina. There we go. As far as the eye can see.
我以前也有过搭档，无论晴雨，伞都准备好了。
1 week later, the water in the pool, tinged with a green hue, can hardly reflect anything. It has been a week since we identified the source of this anomaly. However, even after we figure out its principles, the situation has not improved. We have heard nothing from Qingyu City, and all we can do is wait in the city, watching it transform into bronze day by day. Soon, Sanglin City will be transformed into a city of bronze.
你在这里呀？
Here I am. I turn around and see Qing walking slowly towards me.
仙文会的智者之首，现在在思考什么？
Please don't tease me.
我可并没有任何打趣的意思。若非你和林小姐相助，仅凭我们自己，
You would still have discovered the truth.
我的同僚常常说我过于严肃，不懂幽默。现在看来，你也不遑多让。你有什么忧虑的事情吗？虽然我才学比不上渊泉阁下深厚，但有个人聊聊，多少还是能够排忧解难的。
Immortality doesn't sound bad at all.
的确，自古人皆有死，长生的诱惑实在是太大了。
Should we truly eliminate the cerulean blight?
我有时也会想，不如就任其自然发展吧。叫它清丽，也许是我们的眼界太狭隘了。假若人人都可以活上几百、几千年，游历整个世界，结识无数朋友，饱读先贤们留下的诗书著作，亲眼目睹岁月流逝、时代变迁，那该是多么美好的生活！
So, should we stop here? We're preventing people from achieving everlasting life. And that includes ourselves.
是啊，你说的没错。但你也听到之前的分析结果了，被清理感染的有机体会永远定格在当前的状态。长生之后，自然界的物种不会再繁衍。若放任清理蔓延，那么不久以后，整个生物圈持续了几十亿年的进化，都将被按下暂停键。生物学理论认为，生命是由无限多的巧合与差错搭建成的精巧奇迹。基因的稳定复制保证了物种的代际传承，但促使生物进化的却是丰富多彩的偶发突变。甚至连人类的智慧的源头，也可能是几百万年前某只灵长类动物大脑里的一个偶然复制错了位置的脱氧核苷酸。放弃治理清理，等于是说剥夺了以后自然界千百万个物种的无限可能性。这是不应当被此事所容忍的存在。吾等身负异象管制联盟之名，对异象理应永存戒备之心。说我们都放松了警惕，又何以履行保护凡俗同胞之责？
I understand. By the way, the cerulean blight incident and the downfall of the Tower of Babel occurred almost simultaneously. Do you think Nemesis is somehow involved?
不瞒你们，社里的确考虑过这种可能。馆长，科斯莫斯阁下是否对你透露过有关鹰城之界的情报？
Nope. No, nothing at all.
这样啊。近年来，鹰城之界近乎销声匿迹，但唯识社对他们的动向多少掌握一些蛛丝马迹。据我们所知，他们目前的成员数量几乎缩减到了有史以来的最低谷。但相应的，这个小小的阴谋俱乐部的准入门槛也被提到了前所未有的高度。我们对鹰城之界现任成员知之不详，只知道他们各自都是某一领域的佼佼者，在组织内部被称为宗徒，每个宗徒都有一个唯一的代号。虽然这样说有些自矜，但以唯识社之能都把握不到他们的身份，说明这些人已经爬到了我们无法轻易触及的位置。怀疑清理危机有鹰城之界参与其中，是完全合情合理的。他们的手，确有能力伸到这么长。联合到你之前的遭遇，这个可能性非常高。在钱的地界，不应有任何人对你抱有敌意。如今的钱内，也许潜伏着一名宗徒，他隐藏之深，恐怕超过我们的想象。
We must be careful.
话是这么说，但从何做起才是关键。我在明，敌在暗，明枪易躲，暗箭难防。与其浪费时间精力揣测对方下一步棋怎么走，不如专注于我们能做好的事情上。我们给他们留下的破绽越少，就越有机会抓住他们的狐狸尾巴，最后顺藤摸瓜，反将一军。不如出去逛逛吧，一直在这里待着也不是一回事。
Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah. I also got myself some food, so there'll be moments where I'll keep myself muted just so I can eat. I don't want y'all hearing me munch and munch. Okay. Are you suggesting we lure them out? What do you mean?
没错，成为诱饵，引蛇出洞。我们暂且无法前往青玉城与渊泉阁下一同解决异象的根源，但我们还是可以在力所能及的范围内，先解决苍岭城当下的危机，其中自然包括揪出这一系列事件背后的幕后黑手。况且，用你的双眼去注视这座城市吧。 你的很多困惑和疑虑，他会亲自替你解惑。不知道怎么回事，虽然你是异乡来客，但我总觉得你会喜欢上这片土地的。而我也始终认为，这片土地也会随时向你敞开怀抱。
Excuse me, sorry.
啊，是你啊？嗯，那个整天跟在你身边的扑克脸呢？
Zero is taking a rest. She got wounded in the Tower of Babel and shielded me from flying daggers with her body. Since we left the library, her incredible regeneration abilities have all but ceased, and now her recovery rate is not much faster than that of an ordinary person. If I brought her out in her current condition, it would be unfair to her.
哟，他居然舍得放你出来。 真是神奇。
Well, I had to do some serious convincing. Whenever I think about the look in Zero's eyes when she learned that I was going to act independently, I feel uneasy, as if I've done something wrong.
不过外面乱成一团，你上次还受到了袭击，青怎么还敢放你出来？
Yeah, I totally agree, Master Xin. Because I'm confident that the great Master Xin will protect me. Here, this is for you. A cookie. I hand Xin a freshly baked meat bun from my paper bag. Close enough.
跟紧点儿，别像上次在医院那会儿一样又走丢了。
I wish I had a meat bun too. Delicious. Back in my previous job, when I was working like seafood department and shit, we also had like a mini food court and shit. And on my break, I would go over there and eat. Right nearby, there's also like a there was also like the I can't remember what department. I don't want to say food department or whatever, but like they also had like steamed meat buns as well on display, and I'm like, oh, I want that. And I've gotten it before, and it's really tasty.
智素思想今年如常举办丰灯庆典，虽然庆典本身是转播形式，但还是希望能让民众们出来透透风，哪怕只有1个下午。如果是这样的话，我们必须在庆典到来之前，将所有入侵到城内的清厉动物驱逐出去。最起码得保证庆典当日城市内是安全的。城郊那边好像出现了一些状况，请让我们一群人先在这里待命。集齐了那么多人，应该是发生了什么大事吧？
由于浩荡江水无法饮用，泽生院已经下令从其他水源跨流域向苍岭城调动淡水。在监禁南北工程完成之前，苍岭城的水源依然只能依靠外部的运水车队，靠人力发放当日用水。 现在人力紧缺，如果你们能搭把手，那就再好不过了。
你们要出发了吗？医院那边的街区似乎遇上了一些问题，你们先去那边看看吧。
There should be 2 chests in this place, I believe, or in this node. Time to explore a bit.
有谁在吗？帮帮我！
风驰电掣。
Let me explore. Ow. I don't see any other chests around here. Nothing. All right.
谢谢谢谢。
Truck
最近社会频
driver.
繁被动物袭击，今天的配水又耽搁了。你们有空吗？可以的话，能某把水先配送给这个街区的住户吗？
What turn? Knock at the door.
打扰一下，我是仓岭台的。
仓岭台的人，来的正好。我家5口人，你们今日才配给了10升的饮用水和60升的生活用水，你们觉得这合理吗？
啊？等等，我算算。按照规定，饮用水每人每日应该配给3升，生活用水每人每日应该配给15升。5个人应该怎么算来着？
Jane starts counting on her fingers. It's 15 liters of drinking water, 75 liters of domestic water.
哦，对，对个头！你们少配了多少水给我们？最近湿气那么重，我们家连祛湿汤都不能煲了。
别念了。 也就少了3升饮用水和10升生活用水，我马上给你补回来。
It's actually 5 liters and 15 liters, respectively. Jin's face turns red with embarrassment.
也没差多少，就你们算数快，吵死了！
哎呀，算了算了，我知道你们不容易。 将我们那份水给对接的那户人家吧，他们家里有老人，日常护理少不了用水。
He complained only to be okay with it later on. Okay. Knock knock.
打扰一下，我是仓岭台的，这是你们今日配给的用水，查收一下。
哎呦，今天怎么突然给那么多？
Here's the thing.
是对面那户给的呀，哎，真是多谢他们了。其实我家老爷子也不需要那么多水，他最近茶饭不思，但是身体却好得很。人能活个100、80的已经很了不起了，就担心是回光返照。你们把这些水给有需要的人吧，特别是医院那边。
仓岭台的人吗？这是帮大忙了，快过来！看到停靠在路边的那辆车了吗？我们正准备将一些病人通过它送出城外，但是那些畜生太危险了， 你们能把他们去除掉吗？喏，路上的权限给你了。
无礼之徒。
Chest number 1.
前面那些沉积物挡着路了，直接开过去，恐怕会刮伤车身。况且车里待会儿准备装的都是病人啊，你们能帮忙开路吗？
禁止接触。这也太多了，我去找点人手一起来帮忙。
After a busy morning, the road leading out of the city has finally been cleared for transportation vehicles. One by one, the patients leave the hospital. In the crowd, preparing to board the bus, a familiar figure waves at us.
是你们啊！心，你也在？
哎，江姐姐，你要出城吗？
是啊，苍岭城的医院人满为患，我不好意思在这里干占着床位。况且苍岭台也说了，目前浩荡江水被污染了，我担心继续待着，对肚子里的孩子不好。
Gently strokes her abdomen, although her smile holds a hint of sorrow.
这孩子之前还会没事就踢我的肚皮。 但是最近却突然变得很安静，乖巧的让我有些害怕。最近各种谣言沸沸扬扬，绝收也好，血水也好，感染病也好，大家都惶惶不安的。苍岭城有不少曾经生活在西极域的人，大家都很害怕当时的事情重演。我有时候在想。 这孩子之所以迟迟不肯来到这个世界，恐怕是担心自己给大家添麻烦吧。
不会的，怎么会是麻烦呢？
是的，怎么会是麻烦呢？我最近总是在梦里梦见这孩子，然后我就不停地跟这孩子说，不会给妈妈添麻烦的。 不会给妈妈添麻烦的，要快点来到这个世界，要快点健康的长大，要变成一个像欣姐姐一样健康善良的人。
Shen blushes and looks away awkwardly. She's praising you.
啰嗦。
Suddenly, the pregnant woman's hand, which was caressing her abdomen, pauses.
我刚刚好像感觉到这孩子又动了一下。
It's responding to you. The pregnant woman chuckles, and the sorrow on her face dissipates.
真希望以后这孩子能成长在一个更好的世界中。你说会吗？
Yes, it will.
唉，今年的丰登庆典，这孩子是见不着了。希望来年秋天能带着这孩子一起参加吧。
Gray-haired man dressed in black leans against a tree, observing from a distance a young person who helped a pregnant woman onto the bus. This will be my perfect opportunity, Wushi mutters. With everyone's attention focused on the young pregnant woman, if he throws his dagger now, he could easily slit the throat of the head librarian of Emean. However, something is hindering him. Why? The hilt of the dagger in his hand feels as if it were welded to his palm, refusing to fly away. His eyes remain fixed on the young pregnant woman, the loving smile on her face pricking his heart. Even when everyone leaves his sight, the dagger, its hilt damp with sweat, remains firmly held in his hand. I missed it. There was a frickin' chest. There was another chest I missed? How? I looked everywhere, bro. Whatever. Part 1, Wushi. Mountains surrounding the western region were tall, distant, and cold. Together with the sun, they overlooked this desolate world. On one side of the mountains lies barren, yellow earth. The Grandeur River flowed for thousands of miles, nurturing all living beings, but leaving only a few drops to quench the thirst of its origin. He failed to remember that a long, long time ago he had a different name. While the land was desolate, it allowed for the growth of weeds. The western path meandered through the mountains, serving as a crucial route into the western region. It was difficult to traverse, with many sections accessible only to porters, mules, and horses. Hence, a handful of rice, after passing through the western path, would become as precious as a handful of gold. Since ordinary people couldn't afford such expensive rice, some of them had to toil diligently even on the barren land, hoping that a rice flower would bloom in the summer. His parents were farmers in this land. He was born in a fortunate year. At the time, his family still had enough food, and his arrival brought joy. A boy required only a small amount of food for 3 years before becoming the youngest laborer in the family. He had a sturdy physique, akin to weeds in a wheat field, thriving with minimal nourishment. By the time he was 3 years old, he walked barefoot on the ridge with his family's ox, collecting hogweed from the fields. At the age of 6, he could lift the axe and split every piece of firewood he brought back. When he reached 8, he assisted his father in laying the foundation of a new house. The contents of his basket changed from hogweed to firewood and eventually to yellow earth. The crop was not plentiful, but it was enough to satisfy their stomachs. The firewood he cut was not abundant, but it was sufficient for the winter. The yellow earth he dug out was not profuse, but it was enough to make the earthen wall for their new house. Every bit of weight on his shoulders became the cornerstone of a better life. He firmly believed in that. He felt content with what he had. Whenever he handed over the heavy basket to his mother, she would gently stroke his hair and praise him for a job well done. The warmth left in his hair guided him on his walks in the night without any candlelight. The time passed swiftly, and so he grew up. His life was never affluent, but the family held on to the belief that everything would become better. It was at that moment that a new life quietly joined his family. He vaguely remembered it was autumn. The twilight was beautiful, casting a warm carpet of afterglow on the road back home. A Upon his return, he saw his father, brimming with joy, and his mother, blushing slightly. Just as he set down the basket, his father lifted him up high, turned him around, and placed him in front of his mother.
咋咋呼呼的，真不像话！要是摔着了该怎么办？
His mother playfully scolded his father, then extended her hand towards him. He expected his mother to ruffle his hair as usual. However, her hand gently rested on his left hand, guiding it together to touch her abdomen.
你呀，要当哥哥了。
The woman spoke softly. His eyes widened slightly.
要当一个好哥哥。
She looked at him with a smile in her eyes, her voice unusually tender. The warmth from his hand gradually seeped into his heart. The life nurtured in his mother's womb grew bigger with each passing day. When a traveling merchant passed by, his father traded one of their calves for a jar of Huangjiu. The western region did not produce glutinous grain, and this wine made from glutinous rice and brown sugar was known as maiden rose. It was a custom in Jiangyin region to prepare it when welcoming the birth of a daughter. They would open the jar when a daughter got married, hoping for her long and healthy life and the prosperity of the family. His mother chuckled and gently scolded his father for being wasteful when they didn't even know the gender of the baby. His father simply smiled while tending to the soil, expressing his certainty that it will be an adorable girl.
是妹妹，对吧？
Father looked at him, winking, as if seeking his approval. So he approached his mother's side and quietly crouched in her arms, pressing his ear against her belly. The pulsation of life reached his ears through the thin layer of flesh, while eventually settling in his heart. A tender life was taking root, and its arrival would complete the family. He nodded. His father laughed and commended him, mentioning the importance of taking care of his future sister. Then he dug a hole under the tree near the field, preparing to bury the jar. He gazed at his father's bustling figure and quietly felt the movements in his mother's abdomen. It would probably be a girl, and if so, she would be the most precious child in the world to him. He imagined carrying her in his basket, ensuring that her tender feet never touched the rough gravel road. As she grew older, his responsibility would become heavier. And when it became too much for him, he would place her on the back of the old ox, walking together with her in the fields and adorning her with ears with beautiful rice flowers. With these wonderful thoughts in mind, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Transportation fleet. As we safeguard the transport fleet out of the downtown area of Sanglin City, we notice a familiar cerulean hue by the roadside on the outskirts.
今天第一批出城的车队又遇上状况了吗？好的，我知道了。欣，你们来了，来的正是时候，我这里真是焦头烂额。苍岭城正在向外输送粮食，粮车都在这附近备着，过来搭把手吧。道图司正将存粮运往前的各域，公路和铁路运力已经满载。泽生院也协调了其他域的路网，保障苍岭城发出的运输车次优先通行。
Holy fucking text.
但是目前 氢之水诱发的生物变异加剧，换氢力的动物开始不分昼夜的袭击运粮车队、运水车队，还有搬运粮食的工人们。
She finished talking before the text could finish. It's hard to get that it's difficult to fit in the entire thing in there when it comes to translation. What could be seen as like 2 or 3 phrases could be like an entire paragraph.
普通人对异象的感知程度趋近于无，他们看不见我们所见的事物的本质，无法抵御这类攻击。我们需要护送他们平安运输这些资源。
过不去了，你们可以清除一下这些障碍吗？哎，小心！又是这些动物！
踏水无痕，
落座吧，无礼之徒。
Get him, Selena Tempest.
无礼之徒。落座吧，落座吧。
Do not stay too far away. Listen, you have a chest here in this map, okay? I gotta look for it. I have to look for it. So this driver is gonna sit there on his own for a while here. Those AoE circles are not that noticeable for some reason. It's like a really light red. Come on, dude, hurry up. Don't be too far away. Relax. You'll be fine. Despite the twists and turns we have... Oh, god damn it. We've managed to safely escort the workers to the transportation fleet. Might as well not put it on autoplay.
清点人数、车数，确认货物和油箱情况。全体到齐，后车跟紧前车，不要掉队，依次出发。按程序应该给你们介绍一下车队情况，但时间紧，我就不多废话了。
这一队一共是30辆车，6辆车是面粉，10辆车是大米，1辆车是食用油，4辆车是运送鲜肉的冷藏柜车，剩下9辆拉的是各类蔬菜水果。 从苍岭城出发，一路向北，直接送到北远域。我们把他们送到城外的下一个运输节点就好了。那里的动物尚且没有被清理感染。
Northern region or Northland region? Intrigued by the topic, the driver, while keeping his gaze fixed on the road ahead, cannot help but strike up a conversation with us.
没去过是吧？哈，那是我老家。 从江阴峪到那儿足有2000来公里呢。要我说，江阴峪确实是好地方。我们那里谷子1年只收1茬，哪像这里1年3熟。
Really? But why did you come all the way out here?
嗨，我这不算啥， 后边2号车上的俩小伙子，西极域过来的。俩人听说江阴域需要运力支援，昼夜不停，轮流开了3000多公里赶到这儿。等东西运到北远域，他们就差不多绕了整个钱跑了一圈了。我想想啊，5号车的姑娘是汉泽域的，17号的小哥是中央域的，24号车的父子俩是北远域的。总之，天南海北哪儿都有。这些人里头啊，我跑的里程最长，所以大家伙给我面子，让我当了这个队长。本来呢，要不是出了这档子事儿，我上个月就打算退休回家养老了。但现在没办法，北远域多少父老乡亲的肚子等着粮食呢。我这辈子跑了800来万公里的路，最后关头再咬咬牙跑他个几千公里，也不是什么大问题。况且现在这情况，比起当年西极域那会儿，已经像是在做梦了。那时候的日子才是真的苦，粮食源源不断的运抵西极道口，却运不进去，路段根本容不下汽车，只能让挑夫和骡子通行。大伙们只能一边现修道路，一边扛起扁担，穿上布鞋，挑着粮食徒步翻山越岭。走一趟，脚底都能给磨出骨头，哪能像现在这样悠哉悠哉地坐在车里吹空调
？Abruptly, the captain stops talking. Along the road leading out of the city, an unending line of trucks stretches as far as the eye can see. Empty trucks pour into the city while loaded ones surge out carrying goods. This is amazing. How many trucks do they have here?
我昨晚听仓廪台道图司的小年轻侃大山，说制塑司大开粮仓，秋冬2季要运至少4000万吨粮食到全国各地。按一辆车满载40吨算，要100万车次呢，这才哪到哪儿？当然，这些呢也不可能都走公路运输，还有铁路和水运。仓廪城江港、海港现在都被自发来帮忙运粮的船塞满了，还有好多大船只能暂时停在外海，等码头腾出空位来给他们靠泊。只要我们再努力点儿，今年的丰登庆典或许就能举办了。不说了，我要专心驾驶了。轮子上的东西，我敢打包票负责；挡在轮子前头的东西，就拜托你了。
North and south. No! God damn it. I don't know why it wouldn't automatically lead me into my storage right there. Jesus. I have to manually click on the stamina bar.
大伙谢谢了，送到这里就可以了，后面的路由其他人负责。前边怎么回事？怎么堵住了？在施工吗？
这些牲畜到底发什么疯？快把他们撵走，保护管线，别让这些疯牛破坏了水管。
是罹患清理的动物，但他们以为是普通的牲畜，这样下去他们会受伤。
Before Jing makes a move, Shin already rushes out with her spear.
天降元首，真是雪中送炭，多谢了。凭我们的人手，又要尽快施工，又要对付不知道从哪里冒出来的发疯动物，实在是过于捉襟见肘了。
Excuse me. Are these water pipes?
是，如你所见，我们得赶快补上缺口，不然又要浪费好多水。如果你们渴了，可以去那边接一点喝。 放心，这不是浩荡江水，是奸计南北工程从北边调过来的水，干干净净，没有污染。
Water diversion project?
我知道你在奇怪什么。奸计南北工程本来是从浩荡江往北方调水的，不过前些日子泽生院下令反转调水方向，让北段水库蓄水提高水位，反过来向南输水，缓解仓岭城的引水困难。问题是奸计南北工程设计之初没设想过这种情形，输水主干区离仓岭城的居民聚集地都很远，所以我们接到任务，修建临时输水管道。本来技术上没什么困难，只是我来仓岭城之前可没听说过这里有这么多疯牛疯鸟啊。
So you're not a resident of Sanglin City?
仓岭城主要的精力都保证在运粮上，哪有余力腾出手来铺设管道啊？大纪念碑城下令之后，我们估计仓岭城会很缺人手，于是就打包行李来看看能不能帮上忙。
Everything going smoothly?
按照规划，输水管道分10段同时建设，4天铺进了225公里。照这个速度，再修2天就能完工。我也有些意外，和我想法相同的人居然很多。光我们这一段的施工队就有400多名其他域自发前来支援的人。大家都想着，是不是我们提前铺设完管道，今年的风能庆典就能如期举办了？
这些牲口这段时间一直都像现在这样袭击这些管道吗？
前几天其实还好，只要不惊动那些牲口，他们也不会搭理我们。只是这几天不知道怎么回事，他们就像被什么东西吸引一样，像是有组织的在破坏我们的管道。
了解。走吧，我们过去看看这是怎么回事。
就是这些牲畜不安分，看我教训一下他们。雨伞同行。
这些牛的蹄子真是越来越坚硬了，这种厚度的铁管都能凿穿。
All of a sudden, Ching discovers something as she squats down, touching the water on the ground with her fingertips.
怎么回事？这些水
What's wrong?
无碍，我们先将这里的水管修好吧。
Why am I still moving slow? Don't tell me that's like a... Okay, it's not a permanent effect.
这些路障应当是施工团队设置的，我们暂时先将它们挪开吧。
Sorry, I was just grabbing a piece of gum.
奇怪，水管里运输的都不是浩荡江水，他们为什么还要破坏这些管道？
也真行。
Water pipes here are badly damaged. Jing squats down again, touches the water that has accumulated under the leaking water pipes.
不是我的错觉，这些积水是被污染后的浩荡江水。
She wipes the water off her hand, then catches a handful of water below the leaking water pipe.
水管里的水确实是干净的，没有被侵蚀。是有人故意将清之水洒在这些水管周围，引诱这些动物过来。是谁？到底是谁？
Let's focus on fixing the pipes for now.
你说的对，现在多思无益。
雨伞同行。
我们来帮忙修管道了，那些发狂的动物就交给你们了。
需要伞吗？与伞同行。
这里的管道都已经维修完毕，可以离开了。
Mosquitoes. On opening the box, you are swarmed. Blah 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 blah. Frenzied mosquitoes after the mosquito order arrives, apologizing for the blah blah blah. Verifies that it's actually a mosquito bait box with blah mosquitoes bait box filled with warm water. Effectively attracts mosquitoes, thus hitting the workers. He apologizes for the accident. You should really place a warning sign. Gesture of apology compensated.
"禁止接触，雨中行。雨中行。落座吧。无理之徒。
把路障打开，让施工团队都先撤离吧。
多谢你们了，要是没有你们，我们这管道不知道什么时候才能修完。
不必言谢。对了，你们工程团队里有没有一些行动上有些不同寻常的家伙？
我们这工程团队都是临时组建的，人来人往，哪儿记得那么多呀？
帮帮我们！我们是要进城的车队，你们这城里的动物都在发什么疯啊？别让他们碰到车厢，都是珍贵的饮用水。
无理之徒。无理之徒。落座吧。人马俱碎。雨中行。需要伞吗？该变奏了。 落座吧，无礼之徒！就是现在，一刀两断！
Finally, all the animals have been driven away. Before you leave, a driver steps forward from the group.
哪位是仓廪台的负责人？
我是，有什么事？
是这样，我出发前接到指示，要把一份土壤样品带到仓廪城。啊，这份样品是从大纪念碑城带来的，说是要交给制塑司的前任司长。
交给我吧，我会带到的。嗯，这个标签上写的。 是月壤，这是大纪念碑城送来的月壤样本，应该尽快给制塑司的前司长送去。
Sorry。
啊，又要跑腿啦！话说回来，前司长是谁啊？
这次我亲自去，欣，你也跟着来。馆长阁下，如果你没有其他事务。 希望你也能抽时间去见一见他，他老人家可以说是一手缔造了今日的仓廪城。
Husbandry and agriculture. As he gazes upon the scorched landscape, he realizes that he is in the midst of a dream. This desolate terrain has haunted him for most of his life. He has grown so accustomed to it that sometimes it is hard to distinguish whether it is his nightmare or an old friend. Sigh. The earth, the arid earth. He squats down and gently cups the fragments of soil, treating it with a tenderness akin to that of a lover. Yet the sand slips through his fingers, eluding his grasp. He trembles helplessly. Oh, Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. Oh, Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. I don't know the proper way to pronounce that. When will you finally bring your salvation to this land? He sighs repeatedly, offering his prayers time and time again. In response, carried by the wind, carries the cry of a child. As always, the sound awakens him from his slumber.
啊，这里不是……
怎么了，欣？看你的表情，好像你来过这里。馆长阁下为何也一脸惊讶？莫非连馆长阁下也……
Yeah, I've been here. As the door slowly opens, I see the face of the old man whom I encountered several nights ago. It has only been a few days, but Nongji appears to have aged significantly. His grizzled hair has become thin and dull, resembling withered cattails in winter. His gaze seems somewhat disoriented, as if he had just awakened from a nap.
小青，还有你，
农先生，您和他认识？
说来话长，但简单来讲，就是缘分吧，是这么一回事儿。
原来如此，是我们失礼了。当初欣和他多有冒犯，请您不要见怪。
Jing looks at me solemnly and continues speaking.
请允许我重新介绍一下。这位是仓廪城的奠基者，也是制塑司的第一任司长，农纪先生。
Nongji casually waves a hand.
别这么拘谨，跟我用不着来仓廪台那一套。官腔我退休之前早就听够了。别站在门口了，多进来，进来，有事坐下说。
农先生。这是昨日进城的运水车队捎来的土壤样品，是大纪念碑城专门给您送来的。
这个我等了好久了。我看看力度和成分看起来都没错，就是我要的栽培土样。
老爷子，这到底是什么啊？不会真的是月球的土壤吧？哼，您要拿这种地？
信，不许没大没小。
那当然不是了，探月计划一次才带回那么点月壤，各个科研院所都不够分呐，哪有余给我这个老头子挥霍？那也太奢侈了。这是分析月壤形态和化学成分特征之后啊，用地球上的矿物合成的月壤仿品。除了原产地不同，其他基本一模一样。至于我拿它干什么，确实是用来种地。人总有一天要到月亮上去生活，还要到比月亮更远的地方去生活。就算我看不到，你们可能也看不到，你们的孩子迟早有一天会看到的。在那之前，我们这些当长辈的，得尽量帮他们打包好路上的食粮。
陆先生，苍岭台很早就发布了进城避难的公告，城外的居民基本都在情势恶化前就撤入了城内。您为什么还坚持留在这里呢？
当然是因为我手头的
Hello.
事儿还没做完。我这屋子后头有个小型太空栽培实验舱，全封闭的，温度、湿度都按计划中的月球基地条件模拟。只可惜重力条件不能按月面重力模拟，但这也是没办法的事儿啊。我筛选了几种可能适宜在月面生长的作物，希望它们之中有符合未来月面基地生产需求的品种。之前的月壤样本已经用完了，都种上了稻子，只是现在都还没抽穗。
原来是这样，您的性情还是一如既往。可您的身体还好吗？
这个就不用操心了。到了我这个岁数，是在和时间赛跑，更要趁着还走得动时，多走几步路，走得远一些，再远一些。
既然您这样坚持，那我们尊重您的意愿，就不过多打扰了。
哎，别走那么快呀！你们一路操劳，肚子饿不饿呀？
He cares for us like a parent.
没有比吃饱穿暖更重要的事情了。过来吃个饭吧。
Jing remains silent for a while before eventually nodding. Even as an impartial executive, she simply cannot refuse the genuine hospitality of an elder. The aroma of rice soon fills this small room. Come to think of it, this is the second time I had a meal here. Nongji is still busy in the kitchen.
还没好吗？还没好吗？我肚子都在咕咕叫了。
心，不要胡闹。
哎呀，别这么严厉啊，小青，小心这孩子和我亲近。我也难得有年轻人陪我说话。你呀，没有经历过饥荒，不知道人饿起来是多么难受。
您教训的是，不好意思，我和馆长先出去透透气。
outside the house.
你想问什么就问吧，我看你似乎憋坏了，才把你也带了出来。
I hesitate for a moment. Jane seems to understand the reason for my hesitation.
想来你这一路上听了不少关于西极域大饥荒的只言片语吧？
I don't remember. Even though everyone who mentioned it tried to speak in the calmest way possible. That is precisely what made me realize that it is a wound that has not fully healed. I don't have the right to pry into someone's affairs directly.
其实并不是什么需要遮掩的事情，只是一直没有恰当的时机和你说。
Jing lets out a long sigh.
那是发生在距今大约15年前的事情。
I don't remember anyone ever mentioning a famine. Or maybe it's due to the fact that last time I was on my phone half of the time. And they must have mentioned it while I was scrolling through like Twitter. The boy's sweet dream was abruptly shattered. In the following year, an unprecedented natural catastrophe struck the land. Throughout the entire western region, not a single drop of rain fell during the spring, resulting in a prolonged drought. By the time summer arrived, the soil had become dry and loose, and even the most resilient crops could not survive in the harsh environment. How's the chapter going so far? I'll tell you right now, I'm on my phone. The cracked yellow soil was inhospitable, unable to nurture even the smallest seedling or the tiniest insect. Even the resilient trees gradually succumbed to the relentless sandy winds. The inhabitants of this region were well acquainted with the inevitable consequences. Drought, crop failure, and famine followed as a result. If the next year followed the same pattern, it would become a catastrophe. Countless accounts and books have described such disasters, which have occurred repeatedly throughout history. The barren land would be filled with starving people. After consuming the last grain of rice, they would resort to gnawing on tree bark and soil until their bodies could no longer bear the weight, eventually collapsing and turning into dust. Eventually, the entire tragedy will be summarized in a simple line. In the year blah blah blah, triple X. In the year adult rating, a great famine struck the western region. Then this page of history will be casually turned over. Only by personally traversing the mountains that separated the western region from the eastern parts of Jian could one truly comprehend the weight carried by a mere page of history. Thousands of lines in the immeasurable suffering they endured were condensed into a few lines within the Imperial History Pavilion in the distant Jingyu city. Wushi. Wushi. Only flowers, not a single fruit. His parents sighed as they beheld the dried soil in the field. He stood in the field observing his father's stooped back, which resembled an old tree. The first thought that entered his mind was the life about to be born from his mother's womb. The remaining grain in the rice vat would sustain the family for only the current year. By the time the baby is born, there will likely be nothing left but rice bran to boil in the pot. Grain husk, rice bran, and peanut shell. While terrible tasting, these things are still edible. However, what would happen even if these provisions were exhausted? Tree bark, leaves, and then eventually soil. Was there such a cruel world awaiting her when she opened her eyes? The boy closed his eyes, choosing not to dwell on such a future. As time slipped away, joy transformed into sorrow. Instead of the sweet rain that nurtures all life, the first thing to touch this land was the tears of a newborn baby. When the girl's cry echoed through the room, there was no joy on the face of the father sitting outside the door, but only a long sigh escaped his lips. The profound sorrow within the father's heart seemed to linger in the air like thick smoke, reluctant to dissipate. It wrapped around everyone's hearts, becoming an invisible shackle. When the midwife walked out with the newborn girl in her arms, the father beheld her flushed face, unsure of what to say.
取个名字吧。
The aged midwife's request carried a hint of hesitation. Father's face twitched. Despite his obvious effort, his lips failed to curl into a smile. He tenderly held the fragile alive in his hands, his voice sounding like a piece of rice paper dropped in water. Though soft, his words seemed on the verge of crumbling.
挑花，就叫挑花吧。
It was a long time before the boy finally grasped the meaning behind her name, Trumpet Creeper. Trumpet Creeper blooms, yellow hue aglow, yet my heart's burdened with sorrow as well. Leaves of green grace the creeper's vine. Had I known life's path I'd decline. Starlight's gentle caress on famished souls, yet the flower's nutrition cannot make them whole. If I had known my life would be like this, I wouldn't have chosen to come into this world. After giving birth to Tiaohua, her mother's health deteriorated. The harsh environment took its toll. Despite the family's best efforts, the frail woman could produce only a few drops of milk. The baby girl gradually grew paler, and the distressed woman held her close, overcome with tears. Why did she have no choice but to witness the decline of this beloved life? One afternoon, while his mother was in a deep sleep, his father placed Tiaohua into his arms. The traveling merchant hasn't gone too far away. Although his father's words were brief, he immediately understood their meaning. The boy stared at his father in astonishment, while his father simply closed his eyes. Cradling his sister, the boy felt an intangible noose silently tightening around his neck. It was as if time had frozen, leaving the world in shades of gray. It wasn't until his sister's hunger broke the stillness that the subtle sound awakened him and the world resumed its motion. The boy suddenly realized that he was holding his sister in his arms, so some distance away from home. He gazed blankly at the path ahead, a path he had traveled alone countless times. The boy had envisioned accompanying his sister on this road countless times before, watching her grow from a toddler into a beautiful lady. And now he felt as though he was shattering that future with his own hands. The collision between his hopeful vision and harsh reality tore at his thoughts and soul. The boy lowered his head, allowing the noose around his neck to tighten, and looked at his baby sister. Hungry, her tiny hands reached out into emptiness, searching for her mother's breast. Out of compassion, the boy reached out and gently clasped with her tiny fist. The baby stared at him for a long while. Just when the boy thought she might cry, she babbled and grinned instead. The boy remained frozen in place for a long time. For a very, very long time. Then he smiled back. As he laughed, the boy noticed a few drops of moisture on Tiaohua's face. Was it raining? He looked up in ecstasy, but all he saw was the empty expanse of the sky devoid of even a single cloud. The liquid trickled down his cheek. Then it dawned on him that it was not the long-expected sweet rain. It was tears welling up in his own eyes. Holding his sister tightly, the boy ran toward their home. His laughter resonated loudly while his tears streamed down his face. It was autumn. The setting sun emanated a sanguine hue. As he was returning home, it felt like an exodus. The new spring arrived, but the chill surpassed that of winter. Spring's neck, so short, lacks warmth's embrace. Crops, they struggle neath cold's icy chase. His father sat upon the ridge of the field, softly humming to the dry, cracked soil. Beginning of spring, rainwater, awakening of insects, vernal equinox, fresh green and green rain. In the following year, in the western region, not a single drop of rain fell. Solar terms associated with rain and water brought no sweet showers. When autumn came, the harvest failed to materialize. On the parched land, the withered grass and leaves were as yellow as the people's faces. Perhaps the only solace in this living hell was the innocent smile of the girl. The impoverished family had entrusted their best hopes to their young daughter. Although she managed to grow up, she remained as frail as when she was an infant, akin to a withered sapling. However, the girl rarely shed tears, as if she had exhausted them all on the day of her birth. She neither cried nor fussed, exuding a quiet and well-behaved demeanor that tugged at his heartstrings. Perhaps because her older brother had absorbed all the nourishment from his father, Tiaohua had been frail and sickly since childhood. His mother began teaching Tiaohua to read and write, and the girl proved to be a quick learner, surpassing all the boys. Once, Tiaohua pointed a word in her book, wanting to know its pronunciation. Her mother paused for a moment, but did not pronounce the word in the end. He went to see the word Tiaohua was pointing to. It was satiety. Or, I don't know how to pronounce it. From a certain point, he started hearing a sound that came from everyone's stomach, resembling the whimper of a beast. It felt as if a tiny beast was scratching inside everyone's stomach, demanding food. Everything will be better the next spring. That is what his father said, and it is what neighbors comforted each other with. However, once again, the following spring arrived without a single drop of rain. How long did the prolonged drought persist? How long did their futile hope endure? And when did he become numb to everything? Fears were long forgotten, just like the rain. With his basket empty, the boy walked barefoot on his way home. Gravel under his feet brought pain, but not nearly as intense as that of the beast clawing at his stomach. The wind rustled through the boy's hair, so he raised his eyes. Surprisingly, there was not a single intact tree alongside the path back home. All trees within thousands of miles had been stripped bare. Suddenly, he heard a voice not far away. He turned back and unexpectedly locked eyes with a person sitting under a tree. The boy hesitated to describe the person as a man because his eyes had an unsettling gleam when he saw the boy. The weeds and bark were no longer enough to satisfy the hunger within that man's stomach. As the man dropped the weeds he was carrying, the boy took a step back. He heard the growling of hunger. Only it was no longer a small beast, it was a ravenous brute that had devoured humanity. The man relentlessly pursued the boy, following close behind. The boy could not recall how he made it home. All he knew was that from that day forward, his father forbade them from going outside. The rice vat became a barricade blocking the front door at night. When boredom struck, he and Tiaohua would press against the door, peering at the outside world through the narrow slit. In their limited view, there appeared to be fewer people than before, perhaps because everyone was staying at home. The nights became restless. Occasionally, a distant fire would illuminate the village, accompanied by the shouts of strangers. In those moments, his father would gather his family together. His mother would shield Tiaohua and the boy with her arms, while his father would stand at the front door like a silent guardian, clutching a pitchfork. The pitchfork never left his father's side. And what happened next? That fateful night would forever be etched in his memory. On that night, his mother slept in the cellar with them, holding Tiaohua in her arms. In the dead of night, footsteps from above reverberated through the cellar, pacing directly overhead. Or overhead? Overhead. Then he heard his father's voice, first a conversation, then an angry shout, followed by a plea. Finally, the cellar door swung open and his father stepped inside, locking eyes with his mother.
送他走吧，他还小，在外面，兴许他还吃得上饭。若是那时便送他走，也不至于跟着我们挨了这些年的苦。
With tears in her eyes, his mother handed Tiaohua over to his father. Tiaohua rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion, unaware of her impending fate in that moment. The boy, however, clung desperately to his father's leg, his fingertips reaching out to touch the corner of Tiaohua's clothes, resembling a dog that has had its spine stepped on. Momentarily taken aback, his father forcefully kicked him away. In that instant, both saw profound grief reflected in the other's eyes. The boy did not retract his hand, and his father did not relent. After the stranger left, their home became even more desolate. His mother fell silent, no longer speaking or shedding tears. The dog, with his broken spine, lay motionless on the ground, emitting hoarse cries. That was tragic. The sower. It is a scar that has not fully healed. Although it no longer bleeds, its impact still lingers.
那个时代发生了很多荒唐的事情。新生的钱还很幼小，花了将近3年才彻底解决了那场饥荒。诚如农先生所言，我并未亲身经历那场危机。但是苍岭城有不少当年来自西极域的流民，对饥荒这个词十分敏感。新的孩子也曾经是其中的一员。好在大家都挺过来了。
Jing's clear eyes reflect on my face.
馆长阁下，这一路来，你都看见了什么？
真希望以后这孩子能成长在一个更好的世界中。
唉，我这辈子跑了800来万公里的路，最后关头再咬咬牙跑他个几千公里，也不是什么大问题。
大纪念碑城下令之后，我们估计苍岭城会很缺人手，于是就打包行李来看看能不能帮上忙。
我们有这个世界上最艰苦耐劳的人民，不管经历了多少苦难，都能再次站起来，背负着伤痛，继续前进。
I think I understand what you mean. Moving forward, never stopping.
苍岭城是一座十分年轻的城市，我们花了5年，便让这座城市拔地而起，成为国之苍岭。未来一定会有千千万万座苍岭城在这片大地上落成，大庇天下寒士俱欢颜。
Is this why you hold Mr. Nong in high regard?
不光是我，整个苍岭城以及前的人民都很敬佩农先生。我之前也提到过，说农先生是一手缔造了今日的苍岭城的人也不为过。 他亲历了西极域大饥荒，自那以后便提出了苍岭城的设想，并为了这座城市的建造，奉献了终身。他的梦想，就是以后钱的土地上不再有人吃不饱饭的事情发生。他发明了新型水稻和新的栽培耕作方式，连中央农业生产系统，也是他在质素司司长任上逐步搭建起来的。
He's indeed an extraordinary man.
当然，因此，世人也用另一个称号来称呼他——播种者。这个称号源于前的第一位皇帝，农业初祖稷下，用一生在农业方面贡献极高，犹如稷下在世的人。
Has his health been deteriorating? He appears quite elderly.
是啊，你说的没错。农先生近来身体状态每况愈下，苍岭他已经不止一次强烈要求农先生移居城内，不光是出于安全考虑，也是希望能就近为他提供更便利的医疗条件。虽然没人明说，但大家都很担心。假如有朝一日……
Wait a moment. This conversation suddenly triggers a memory buried deep within my mind.
农先生，苍岭台很早就发布了进城避难的公告，城外的居民基本都在情势恶化前就撤入了城内。您为什么还坚持留在这里呢？
我的名字是吴石，我是这里民间巡逻队的一员。
馆长阁下，你在想事情吗？
No, it's just a small doubt.
请但说无妨。
Do you have vigilante squads patrolling the farmlands on the outskirts of Sanglin City?
志愿队？你说的是居民自发组织的那种队伍？当然不会了，受亲历感染的动物，连我们都感到棘手。无论是为食社还是苍岭台，都不会允许普通居民直面这些动物的。
I see. Something seems off. If Wei Shi doesn't have vigilante squads, who exactly is the young man who saved my life in the first place?
等等，先聊到此为止。不对劲，水汽在聚集，要起雾了。
As Ching speaks, a significant amount of water vapor appears out of nowhere and quickly thickens, becoming visible. Numerous shadows emerge from the depths of the cerulean vapor.
馆长阁下，后退！是谁在那里鬼鬼祟祟？有备而来吗？就是你这家伙一直在驱使这些动物攻击人，懦夫！神马俱碎！
Welcome back, Chu Pavo.
无礼之徒！落座吧。终于肯先行了，很好，就让我来会会你吧。神马俱碎！
Why is he so massive, by the way?
曲中行。需要伞吗？
He's like twice the size as them.
禁止接触。无礼之徒。
damn it.
落座吧，该变奏了。
A red figure chases a black shadow disappearing from our sight. The black figure is eerily familiar, reminding me of the person who had attacked Zero and me, but also the person named...
信，我的腰牌。
A response from Shin can be heard from a distance.
我知道。
Aren't you going after the attacker?
你希望我丢下你和龙先生
In cutscenes,
两个手无寸铁的人吗？
Nongji's puzzled voice comes from behind the door.
怎么了？饭才刚煮好，心呢？
Jing leans against the door.
没什么，龙先生，别出来。
The old man behind the door remains silent as if he has realized something.
难得您盛情招待，实在是抱歉，恕我们有事在身，不得不先走了。
How come his model was so massive in that fight? Attacker. Bro, I can only dodge like twice in a row, man. You can't expect me to.
碍事的东西全部击碎。牙还牙。该死，这会长东西安了炸弹。牙还牙。 在枪雷中消散吧。
Bro, like how many times do you think I can dodge in succession? Come on.
休想从我手上逃走！都闹够了吧？给我停下！
Freaking loud. I forgot how loud that is. The dark figure dissipates on the other side of the dense vapor. Jin clenches her teeth, reluctantly watching the figure depart. Jing walks silently along the way. I also remain silent, mulling over all the encounters I have had since arriving in Jian. Gradually, vague guesses turn into certainties. Inside Wei Shi.
卿，馆长阁下似乎对你有话要说。
About the person who attacked you back then. I believe I know who he is. I tell Qing about the encounter I had when I first arrived.
立刻调百叶司和魏明司档案，查找符合馆长阁下描述的人。
查到了，吴石，西极域出生，幼年丧亲，被人收养，后辗转各地，最后来到苍岭城工作定居。
Hang on. I'm looking. Hang on. I see like this rectangular outline on that NPC, around that NPC's mouth. It's kind of like phasing in and out. I can kind of see it.
百叶司和杜之司的记录显示，他是个模范市民，无违法记录，按时缴纳各项税款和社会保险，信用良好，工作稳定。单从档案上看，是个苦命的孩子，似乎没什么明显的疑点。 吴石有一个妹妹，这也是他唯一在世的亲属。
妹妹。
我刚才顺便查了一下，他的妹妹似乎重病在身，一直在医院疗养。
My old coworker taught me that word, 妹妹, meaning younger sister, while 姐姐 is older sister.
他妹妹的经历与他差不多，幼年时和他一起被人收养，唯一不同的是，他妹妹由于患病无法工作，目前靠吴石提供医疗费用。
那么吴石的收养人呢？是什么身份？
收养者的信息被加密了，暂时查询不到。不过这符合民生司的规定，收养关系属于各方当事人隐私，若当事者要求保密，则不应披露收养关系。
动用为时社的权限吧。
明白。奇怪，我们的访问权限也被拒绝。看来这个收养人非同一般，如果要查他，就得请泽生院或渊泉阁下给更高级的授权了。
能否从为民司的公寓监控系统查出吴石的去向？
公寓监控系统显示，他的生活轨迹很规律，基本上每日都往返于住所和工作地之间。每隔几天，他都会去医院探望一下妹妹，时间和计生司的探视记录对得上。等等，记录显示他还有一个常去的地方，
是哪里？
苍岭城外浩荡江附近。这里是农纪先生的住所。
有没有伪造的可能性？
Security figure rushes into the hall.
不是伪造的，我见过那家伙一面，也是在老爷子家门口。
In stare holds a bit of viciousness.
抱歉，跟丢了，我的问题。你的腰牌我没有抢回来，下次一定会咬断那家伙的喉咙。
Face badge? Is it something important?
说重要确实重要，那是我作为明镜司直径的权限腰牌。不过只是一枚腰牌，他也做不了什么。
Then why do you give so much of a fuck about it?
现在苍岭台的所有指令更改都要经由原部门提出，然后交由明镜司复核准，然后才能批准实施。因此，我的权限只是作为二次核准使用，单有它是没有用的。还有，虽然我不愿意这么想，但目前幕后操纵者的最大嫌疑人，似乎正是农纪先生。我和馆长阁下的2次意外，都发生在农先生住所附近。更何况，意外的主角偏偏分别是谢文慧和为时社的人。我不认为这是偶然。对了，吴石的妹妹叫什么？
条华，患的是某种现下无解的慢性病，本来今年早春有过一次恶化，医生断言挨不过今年夏天，只是他的病情在近期突然得到控制了。等等，莫非是青之水的缘故？
When the name Tianhua is mentioned, Xin shows a hint of surprise on her face, but she remains silent. Unaware of Xin's unusual reaction, Jing begins to issue orders.
xin，马上调集人手在城内布控，寻找吴石。医院那边也分派点人手，监视他的妹妹。至于城外，馆长阁下，可能需要你和林小姐去监视一下了。
Zero appears by my side before I realize it. Although her face is still pale, she doesn't appear as frail as before. Understood.
xin，快去啊！
你说他妹妹的名字是条华？
是，有什么问题吗？
没什么，我先走了。
The Harvest Festival. The wilderness in his dream is covered with a thin layer of dry grass. He starts walking on the scorched earth. The road ahead is full of bumps and he struggles. Sometimes he wonders whether it is the land, its people, or even the era itself that is sick. Tired, exhausted, mood. However, he is unable to stop. Occasionally, he looks up at the red sun hanging far away in the eastern sky. That's not good for your eyes. Sigh. He puts his hands together. Oh, Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. Are you seeing it? In this place, someone is suffering the greatest pain. Someone is enduring the deepest misery. Oh, Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. That's loud as hell. Jeez. As he looks back, tears fall. I couldn't even read that. The drops fall on a dry plant, moistening its branches and leaves, and then a hint of green quietly flourishes. Why do you have to auto that shit, man? Let me read it. When he wakes up from his dream, he feels the wetness in the corner of his eyes. Fortunately, our second visit did not bother Nongji. Even when I requested to stay overnight, he did not refuse.
这几天总是睡不安稳，人上了年纪，总爱胡思乱想。现在有你们这些年轻的孩子愿意陪着，当然是乐意的。
Only a day has passed and he looks even more worn out. His body appears emaciated, and his beard and hair are dry, resembling the wick of a lamp that has been burning for a long night and is about to extinguish. It is hard to fathom what has been sustaining him as he dedicates himself to his research. 0. Neither Zero nor I say anything. According to Ching's conclusion, the old man in front of us is the culprit responsible for the current state of this city. However, I cannot help but question it. For some reason, I feel strong resistance to this theory.
饿不饿啊？冷不冷啊？吃点饭吧。我把冷饭热了一下，将就着再吃点吧。
We left in a hurry that day, and the feast Nongji prepared remained untouched. Now he has reheated it and brought it to the table. Nongji serves me a bowl of rice. Just as I am about to accept it, Zero takes the bowl and starts digging in. No. Her movements are graceful and composed, yet incredibly fast, and she finishes the bowl in an instant.
饿坏了吧？别急。 还有很多。
谢谢，很美味。
Nongji smiles with joy and turns to serve me more food. Zero glances at me and whispers softly so only we can hear.
食物没有问题，吃吧。
After we finish the meal, the room returns to its previous tranquility. Mr. Nong, I wonder where the Harvest Festival started. I try to strike up a conversation.
风灯庆典，哦，算下来可能也就10年左右。它跟前的那些古老传统根本没法相提并论，甚至一开始啊，都不是个节日。
啊？
最初是这么回事儿。西极域大饥荒之后啊。 泽生院就上马了西极道扩建工程，不能再让物资堆积在西极道口却运不过去的情况发生。我记得很清楚，西极道铁路上最后一条桥梁是在秋天合龙的，全线建成通车那天，恰好是秋分。 那一年，苍岭城也刚刚落成。第一趟运粮专列从苍岭城车站起运，把刚刚收下来的稻子和麦子送往西极域。当时，我想着这样的大事啊，应该办个仪式庆祝一下。于是就在列车出发前。 安排了一场小小的庆典。
可消息登报之后，来参加的人数远远超乎我的预料。我也是后来才知道，那时在苍岭城工作的人们，有许多是当年从西极域逃荒到东部的。虽然那已经是过去的事儿，但故土就是一根剪不断的线，平时藏在思绪底下，只要回忆轻轻一勾，它就会浮现出来。全城的西极域人啊，把车站围了个水泄不通。我很能理解他们，虽然他们无法乘着列车返回故土，但这列车会把他们耕种出来的粮食带回去。孩子们的餐桌上很快就会摆满香喷喷的米饭、馒头。听说列车到了西极域那边之后，也受到了隆重的欢迎。那边的群众啊，写了许多感谢信给我们，简直像雪片一样多，能把苍林台的办公室啊整个埋起来。里头还有许多是孩子们的铅笔画、蜡笔画。我觉得那些画比我这辈子见过的所有艺术品都更美。但我其实很惭愧啊，太晚了，真的太晚了。如果我们早一点修好铁路，如果我们早一点种出好稻，如果我们早一点预见到气候变化，在苍林城建成之前，在那趟列车出发之前，我常常会想，菩萨呀，菩萨，你什么时候才能普渡我们这个地方？是不是很好笑啊？人呐，被逼到了极限，总是会寻求些虚无缥缈的东西来抚慰自己的内心。在那趟列车出发之后，我才终于释然了，也明白了，菩萨呀，他就不住在天上，怪不得我以前总叫天天不灵。人们啊，得自己变成菩萨，去普渡自己，去普渡其他人。后来，人们每年都在那个日子前后自发聚会庆祝。也不知从什么时候起，风华寺就把它正式命名成了风灯庆典。我觉得是一件好事儿，毕竟在这一天，大家意识到了，人民自己就是菩萨。
It is late at night. Nongji has gone to bed and Zara and I exchange silent glances. After some amount of time has passed, I let out a sigh. I don't believe he's the culprit.
我相信你的判断。
Appearance. Hmm.
我以前也有过搭档，
无论晴雨，伞都准备好了。
Time flies by. The day of the Harvest Festival has arrived.
有异常情况吗？
没有，公寓监视系统内一片平静。无视就好像人间蒸发了一样。
馆长阁下，你那边怎么样了？
Nothing suspicious either. A few days ago, I brazenly requested to stay at Mr. Nongji's house. However, since then, I have not come across anyone other than Mr. Nongji, not even Wushi. The only unusual thing is that the meals were incredibly delicious, and I gained several kilograms.
你过得开心也挺好的。心那边呢？给我连接上他的频道。听得见吗，心？你那边怎么样了？
一切正常，连根兔子毛都看不见。你监视得到我坐标吧？控制一下我巡逻路上的路障。
Box placed to the note. Those lists. I'll read it for you. Thank you, patrolling sister. I'll often see you around helping people. Here's some gifts for you. Alright, that's chest number 1. One more to look for.
请把我这片区域的路障升起来。以牙还牙。以牙还牙。在枪雷中消散吧！
Nice. That's 2. What's this? Oh.
外面很危险，快点回家去，别到处游荡。
风灯庆典不是要举办了吗？为什么还是不让我们出来？
我们还没有清干净街道，布置好现场，你们先回去等通知。会举办的，我保证。
Why won't you let us outside? Do these people not see the cerulean blight and the animals? Are they just like completely blind? Or something? That's why this story feels weird. Like we're making it, like us, it feels like it's like the story's making it seem like it's a really big deal, but all the NPCs and the people around don't seem to make it seem like it's a big deal. It's always kind of weird to me.
目标正从第6区沿25纬路朝第5区急速移动。
第6区的公寓监视系统有动静，确认无事出现，已经通报所有外勤布控社员。最近的是新，他已经带人追上去了。
牙还牙！牙还牙！牙还牙！可恶，又跟丢了。
信，听得见吗？有紧急事件。你旁边的街区上有平民遇袭，坐标我已经发给你了，救人要紧。
救命啊！
外面那么危险，为什么要出来？别跟我说什么庆典，不是说了在庆典举办之前不许出门吗？现在还没到时间。
抱歉，我只是想着能不能先出来帮大伙清扫一下街道上的脏东西。
These people have no sense of like danger.
苍岭台看上去
No sense of survival.
我只是想尽点绵薄之力。对了，我刚刚好像看到一个人影突然爬上了民宅顶上，他往广场的方向去了。不知道是不是小偷？就算是小偷，飞檐走壁也太危险了。什么年代了，还搞杂技？
行了行了，你给我赶紧回家。再次更正，目标离开道路，正跨越民宅屋顶前进。我不再通报具体位置，跟着我的坐标追上来。烦死人了，怎么跟个兔子一样跳来跳去的？快给我站住！
Before Shin's eyes, a vast open space expands. That is the central square. If it weren't for the cerulean blight, people preparing for the Harvest Festival would have gathered here. In previous years, as the official opening approached, the square would fill with crowds, flags, balloons, smiling faces, creating a vibrant and colorful scene, much like the swaying flowers in the wilderness. However, at the moment, the square stands empty. To minimize the impact of the cerulean blight, the Harvest Festival would be broadcast to the residents instead. Behind the square, a beautiful and elegant building stands tall, surrounded by the urban area that blossoms in all directions like a lotus flower on the fertile plains. That is Nongsang Pavilion, the center and origin of Sanglin City, a symbol of a bumper harvest. At the entrance of the square, a group of cerulean beasts that appeared alongside Wushi now block Shin's path.
通报全体人员，目标暂时失去踪迹。最后的地点是苍岭城中央广场农桑阁正门前。 所有外勤人员立即以中央广场为中心散开，封闭道路，不惜一切代价阻止青化兽群扩散逃逸。
农桑阁，智苏斯广场，他去那里做什么？
不如问，有什么事是不去农桑阁就做不成的？
莫非和中央农业生产系统有关？中央农业生产系统就在农桑阁中。
Someone knocks on that door, you think it's the cerulean blight? No, I'm the one who knocks.
中央农业生产系统监管控制了整个丰饶平原所有的农田和养殖场。按照现行规定，所有生产系统层面的更改需要质素司提出动议，民警司复核核准，然后才能实行。也因为这个，系统更改需要我和封司长2个人的权限才能办到。江水被污染后，我和封司长一同关闭了那个系统。 目前整个系统处于失能状态。事到如今，他要用那个系统做什么？等等，立即调出整个控制系统的骨干子功能菜单，查看一下哪些可能为无视所用。
是，播种、除虫、灭菌、 施肥、喷灌、保育、催熟、收割、脱壳。
你刚才是不是提到了喷灌？
是的，不只是这样，室内的绿植养护装置跟中央农业生产系统也是并联的。全市所有的景观林木、公园、绿化带共有25万个喷灌阀门，全靠中央农业生产系统统一管理。
Jing and her colleague exchange a glance.
我知道他要干什么。
If Wushi reactivates the sprinkler system during the harvest festival, then the water from the Grandeur River will pour into Sanglin City. I always say it as if there's a G at the end. Through the 250,000 sprinklers, the water will be dispersed into every corner of the city. In that case, every tree, flower, and lawn will become a source of the cerulean blight. The cerulean water will permeate the entire city. Subsequently, everyone will be transformed into immortal monsters.
我必须立刻去一趟苍灵台。
The only downside I see to the whole cerulean water thing, the immortality thing, is that babies can't be born anymore. That's a... I don't know. I feel like if they made it even more of a dangerous thing, I feel like another downside should have been like, aside from like newborns being unable to be born and stuff, I feel like it should have like done something to the people more than just giving them immortality. Something more detrimental. I don't know. It's still that whole trope where immortality not good, mortality is better.
金之京，请等等，你要做什么？
I've seen that same sort of thing happen in like not like 1-to-1, but it's like a grand order. Hello, Gaming Watch. It's another gacha game, Black Beacon.
司长，我刚才说过了，特殊情况，立即紧急开启全场广播。
Immortality followed by nothing else negative, at least not immediate. Not immediate feels empty threat, yeah.
青之境，这不符合流程。
This is not Genshin
您
game.
是明镜司的主管，要开启广播，
This is not a Hoyo
提
game.
交报告，得到
Please
许可
don't
后再
please
提
don't
上
associate
后法
any
执行
freaking Chinese gacha game with Hoyo. Please don't do that. Even as a joke, that's so stupid. Please don't.
现在不是纠结条条框框的时候。事后苍灵台如果怪罪下来，
Otherwise, you're gonna
再让
end
我
up
承认
sounding like those
到时候
diehard
你有任
Hoyo
何不
fans
满意
who
可以
think
依正
Gensh
上
who think
诉，听凭
Hoyo
发落。
started everything, came up with everything.
这，那好吧，广播部门准备，最大发报功率，全频段覆盖。苍岭城境内所有电台暂停当前节目，进紧急通告。
I never said Genshin. What? I didn't say Genshin. I said new gacha game.
好了，你上场吧，请
Or
指
another
教。
gacha game.
各位市民们，我是苍岭台明镜司的直径，姬兰青。很抱歉，又以这样的方式打断了大家的日常生活。过去一段时间以来，由于浩荡江水受到污染，我们的处境很艰难。为了展示苍岭城不屈不挠的精神，并表达渡过难关的美好祈愿，苍岭台决定提前举办封灯庆典。
That's stupid.
我深知庆典对苍岭城、对江阴域乃至对钱的意义，在当下更是如此。
I think that was a dumb decision to make.
因此，我再度万分诚挚地向各位道歉。有情报显示，中央农业生产系统喷灌子系统有可能受到恶意的破坏。我们相信，破坏者的目的是在今天的封灯庆典上开启喷灌系统，汲取浩荡江水，将江水洒入整个城市，感染全体居民。因此，我们不得不紧急终止各项预定进行的活动。同时，我们呼吁各位市民立即离开公共场所，回到家中，关紧门窗。苍岭台已经派遣人手处理这一问题，并追捕破坏者。我们必定竭尽全力，尽快解决事态，使大家的生活恢复正常。 在另有通知之前，
Yes, new
为各
gadget
位的
game.
家人
I
和
said
自身
that
健
like
康安全考
2
虑，
minutes ago.
请尽量不要外出。
播报结束。想不到出了这样的事情。
诸位司长，封司长呢？他怎么没在场？
枫林这几天都不见人影，不知道做什么去了。别说请假，连报告都没打一份。以他的做法，多半是在办公室里坐不住，出去跑现场了。
为什么偏偏在这个关键时刻？算了，我们有更紧急的事情要处理。
Very non-branding.
诸位司长都听到我刚才说的话了。中央农业生产系统受到威胁，我需要知道还有什么人手上有直接访问系统的权限。
听你的口气，你似乎已经有怀疑对象了。
但我还没有足够的证据。
Okay, the one thing that just annoys me about this one is like, I don't know why they decide to just like withhold this information from the public until the day of the Harvest Festival. I don't know why. You should have just been like from the very get-go. By the way, there's some infection going on, so we advise you guys to stay indoors, please. I don't know why they just decided to not say that. And then the second thing is advancing the Harvest Festival. That's really stupid too. The hiding thread again? I don't know. They didn't want to reveal this to the public because I think what it was, they said they didn't want their citizens to panic and stuff. And they decided to continue on with the Harvest Festival because they know how much it means to the people. But it's like, when you're faced with something like a pandemic or an epidemic or whatever, you don't... Yeah, mass hysteria type of thing. But like when you're faced with something like that affects like an entire city like that, you don't advance any like celebrations during this sort of thing. You hold it off until it gets sorted out. And so I don't know why they still made the decision to continue it. I think that's kind of just dumb. Like, people come out of their homes, they're gonna get attacked by these, like, berserk animals infected by the blight. And the government here and Ching is like, yeah, no, we'll still keep going with the Harvest Festival. Despite warnings anyway. True. I feel like in this city, they're, like, the people are competent enough to actually follow the rules. Unlike how it was for us when we had COVID a few years ago. People were being dumb. At least here in the West.
比如说，谁呢？
农技先生是质素司的前任领导者，他手上是否还保留着中央农业生产系统的权限？
你居然不知道吗，秦世静？农先生作为仓廪城奠基者，整个生产系统就是他在任上一手搭建起来的。
Of course she fucking knows that, dude. What do you mean?
为了表达敬意，仓廪城至今仍然为他保留着系统的最高访问权限，不需要任何复核，随时可以更改系统的指令。
Contain it to a degree and let people have fun. That's a fair assessment, yeah. Still though, I'd rather them take the safe route and just postpone it. That would have made so much more sense. Better safe than sorry, as the saying goes. Bureau of Husbandry.
我头一次听说这种事。
那应该是你来到仓廪台之前的事了，毕竟农先生已经退休多年。
这么大的安全漏洞，你们居然就这样熟视无睹？
青之镜，想想你在说谁？他是这座城市的设计师，而且保留这个权限根本不是什么漏洞。我们至今都在仰赖农先生的专业知识，保留权限也是为了方便他指导仓廪城的生产，及时纠正不合理之处。
If they hid the info from everyone, that makes sense why all NPCs seem so careless about it. Well, obviously. But that's another dumb thing, though. The NPCs walk out, they see all these berserk animals infected by the blight, they see all the blighted crystals in the water and the contaminated water puddles everywhere, and they still think it's okay to go out. If they're still hiding it, it's stupid. They did not mention this to the people until just recently. As far as I know, I don't think they didn't say anything about it. People just thought when they encountered these animals, they thought it was just normal animal behavior. They didn't think anything of it. They only decided now on the day of the festival to reveal this to the people. Behind the scenes. So basically, here, I'll give you a TLDR here. Basically, this cerulean blight is actually not a disease per se. It's actually some form of elixir that grants immortality. That's why the plants and crops that are quote unquote infected by this blight are being crystallized, and the animals being crystallized and stuff, because it grants them immortality, or it's like the effect of the immortality. But the downside to this, anyone that's like ill or whatever suddenly feels better or whatever. But the downside to this immortality is that no babies can be born. Like, reproduction completely becomes non-existent. And the person that's behind all this is the first emperor of the region, Jixia, or whatever his name is, because he wanted to seek out immortality. And because he believes immortality is the ending, is a way to end suffering for his people. I'm assuming that is the first emperor, but like, considering the stuff that happened even in the last chapter, it seems pretty apparent that it's the first emperor. Fair trade for immortality? I don't know about that. That's what happens to the people, but the animals become a lot more aggressive and more feral because of this. And then again, it wouldn't really matter if people are immortal, because like it just.
请各位看这张照片，让魏明思立即全城通缉这个人，他是直接破坏中央农业生产系统的人。
哎，等等，这个人我好像见过。
你见过？
对，很眼熟。我想想啊，哎，对了，他是封司长的警卫。
Complete immortal or just no aging immortal? I don't know. I think it's complete immortal, or maybe it's both. You don't age and you're completely unkillable. I don't know.
封司长还有警卫？我记得他很久以前拒绝了威明斯给他配备的警卫人员呀。
这么一说，我也想起来了，是有这么一回事儿。按惯例，制素司责任重大，其领导者可以配备警卫员1名。 但当年封司长上任的时候，说自己不需要，
这就怪了。大概是去年，我在医院门口偶然碰见封司长和照片里这个年轻人在一起。
See, when it comes to the topic of like attaining immortality and like stories trying to make that out as a bad thing, obviously immortality itself doesn't seem like it's a bad thing. But usually in these types of stories or with that type of topic, it's the method of gaining immortality that is wrong, right? But in this story right now, there doesn't seem to be anything like that at all. Not once have we seen or heard anything about how this elixir was obtained or whatever. So far, the only downside is just no more reproduction. And feral animals, more aggressive animal behavior. But in other stories, it's usually just the method of it. For example, in Final Fantasy XIV, currently with its story, well, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's like a way of gaining. Well, actually, yeah, it is kind of like gaining immortality. But in order to do that, they were willing to sacrifice the lives of other people because it's the people's souls they would use to help gain that immortality. That in itself that obviously is wrong, right? But in this one so far, it's kind of like,
双方好像很熟，我就顺嘴问了一下，对方是不是风司长的亲戚晚辈之类。风司长说是他的警卫。说起来，风司长倒是笑着回答我的，像是开玩笑，又有点不像。但他，
Oh, you're still talking.
你怎么脸色这么难看？
一切都说得通了。我怎么没有早点想到是他？
Oh, I see. Is Fang the real culprit? Nongji possesses supreme authority that does not require any approval. In other words, if Nongji were truly the culprit, Wushi would not need to take away Qing's waste badge. The proposals that need a review from the Bureau of Oversight and Integrity are the ones submitted by the Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture.
是风林。
风林。
这，你是说，风林一手造成了这场灾难？质素司的司长亲自摧毁了苍岭城的农业生产，还要让市民全部感染青烈。
那我们是不是也应该一并通缉风林？
应该，但我怀疑意义不大，至少在苍岭城的地界上，已经不可能逮住他了。
Personally destroyed our agricultural production intends to infect all the citizens with the blight.
以风林的行事风格，这一切若全是出自他之手的谋划，他多半早就安排好自己人间蒸发的这一天。该死的，他到底是何方神圣？馆长阁下，能听到我的呼叫吧？请找个借口避开农先生，我有重要情况向你通报。
Please go ahead. He's in the
我刚刚从苍岭
courtyard.
台出来，一切都已真相大白。巫师是风林的手下，他才是那个处心积虑危害苍岭城之人。
Lin. The name instantly reminds me of the young man I encountered near the statue that day.
但不管怎么说，我由衷的希望钱能给你留下难忘的回忆，就像欧贝德给我留下过难忘的回忆一样。
His demeanor was gentle and his smile was comforting, yet he is the one behind all of this. The sudden turn of events has left me feeling overwhelmed.
请两位立即动身回城，我们需要一切可能的帮助。
Heading back now. As the call concludes, Nongji returns to the house and appears slightly surprised to see us preparing to depart.
哎呀，年轻人，你们要走了。
Deliberately giving animals it. The animals are being infected through the water. Like the elixir is being put being put into the river and through their that's their water source. So the animals drinking the water and stuff. That's why it's a problem for them right now, because currently the culprits are planning to use the numerous sprinklers throughout the city to spread the blight, the water. Urgent just happened.
我懂，我懂。这些天城里一直焦头烂额的嘛。风里还说举办什么风灯庆典，要我说，没必要太注重 那种形式上的东西。
You know Funglin?
当然认识啊，他是第2任质素司司长，我的继任者，怎么会不认识呢？以前没事啊，就往我这边跑。还有他那年轻的小保安，那天带你来我这里的Wushi。平日无聊啊，也就他们愿意陪我说说话了。只是他们那2人啊，总是有些事情藏在心里，问也不说，把我当孩子哄呢。
I have to wonder what the conclusion of this entire arc of the story is, because, like, I don't know. His words leave me speechless, unsure whether I should disclose the truth to the old man. Instead, he smiles, understanding my dilemma.
我岁数大了，帮不上什么忙，只好看着你们年轻人到处奔走，实在过意不去。
Please don't think that way.
哎呀，不管怎么说啊，我还是希望自己能再多派上一点用场，哪怕只有一点也好。我就不过问详细情形了，多半你们也接到了保密的要求，不能让你们为难。但这个，你们拿上。
What's this?
苍岭城中央农业生产系统的访问权限认证令牌。孩子们看得起我，一直让我这把老骨头，说它是苍岭城里最重要的一把钥匙，大概也不为过。虽然我至今不清楚你们是什么来头，但我看得出，你们想要帮助这里的人民，那么就把它拿上吧。中央农业生产系统是我毕生心血的结晶，无论你们要在苍岭城做什么，它一定可以帮到你们，就像他过去多年来为这片土地尽心竭力那样。
Thank you, Mr. Nong. We'll accept it then.
不客
A
气。
little too much trust.
去吧，祝你们顺利。
Please make sure you stop Wushi and that you prevent Fenglin's insane plan from coming to fruition.
阿斯蒂，将剑递给我。
Just got crazier. He's gonna make people immortal and not be able to reproduce.
你说农先生把他的权限令牌交给你了，这是今天的第一个好消息。请你们尽快到中央广场核心会合，他已经在那里了。不出意外的话，正在苦战。请你们一定要阻止巫师，阻止风铃疯狂的计划实现。
It's really the conflict between progression and stagnation.
与伞同行，禁止接触。禁止接触。禁止接触。这叫声，是之前袭击了我们的那头熊。它在往城市的方向移动。
No, that was really short.
那头熊闯进城市里了。收到，我们已经清空了道路上的所有行人，请务必阻止它在城市中造成更大的危害。禁止接触，与伞同行。他往中原广场的方向离开了。
Isn't that where we're headed? No, that was it. United we stand.
“各位社员，目前谢文会馆长阁下一行人正在赶往中央广场与新会合。现阶段我们最精锐的战斗力已经全部集中在了那里。但是即便如此，我们也不能松懈下来。我们必须同时执行后备方案。为防自动控制系统失灵，每个阀门都保留了手动控制结构， 我们现在要手动关闭苍岭城所有喷灌装置的机械阀门，这样就算中央系统重启了所有喷灌装置，水也无法被喷灌出来。
什么？手动关闭喷灌装置的机械阀门？每一个吗？
我已经叫人查过了市政管网的分布图，市区内的喷灌装置约有25万个。
这根本不现实！冤权国下带走了那么多人手，现在这只剩下……我数数啊，1、2、3、4、5……
不用数了，我刚才点过人头，连我在内，只有不到30人。
那就是说，平均每个人要关掉差不多1万个喷灌装置。要我们吃光苍岭城的存粮，可能都比这容易。
所以我稍后要返回苍岭台，把苍岭台所有的工作人员也都发动起来。
那也远远不够啊！苍岭台全体人员加在一起也是杯水车薪，还得刨去出差的、外派的、借调至他处的。
勿妄为食社之名，我们只从实际角度出发。如果没有其他更好的办法，那么就必须这样办。
明白了，我去下载市政管线详细分布图，稍后分发到所有人的个人终端。
我来规划一下每个人负责的片区。
我负责各区的同步通讯协调工作。
其他人现在就离开这里，行动起来！
情况如上所述，苍岭台的各位同仁，请立即放下手头的工作，赶往城市各处关闭喷灌装置阀门。请各司将警察、消防、应急救援等救灾力量也全部发动起来。
我们还有多少时间？
对方的计划是在丰登庆典上开启喷灌系统，那他们篡改中央农业生产系统后，就应该把喷灌系统启动时间定在丰登庆典原定召开时间。还有不到3个小时。
3个小时，25万个阀门，这简直是天方夜谭。平均每小时8万多个阀门，每分钟约1400个阀门，每秒钟23个阀门，这是小学算术题。
我知道，但我们在这里每花1秒钟抱怨任务困难，危险就离苍岭城的人民更近一步。
喂，我们可没说过不愿意帮忙啊，青之将。置人民的危机和同僚的求助于不顾，苍岭台什么时候做过这种事儿？上前司现在就通知苍岭台全体工作人员，开始行动。
为民司会净空全城街道，保证各处畅通。
到图司动员运输力量，供执行任务使用。
兴造司派出熟悉各区市政管线配置的人员做向导。
风华司会继续反复播报紧急通告，请居民配合。
全城的医院已经接近满负荷运行，但计生司会再想办法，尽力匀出应对这一波危机的医疗资源。
这次行动里有什么用钱的地方，尽管先用，等危机过去了，杜之司再统一核算。
我衷心的感谢各位同仁。
要道谢，还是等一切尘埃落定之后吧。这话我早就想跟你说了，青之敬，你是苍岭台当之无愧的骨干，但别忘了，苍岭台不是只有明镜司一个部门。我们或许能力不如你那般出色，判断也不如你那么敏锐，还经常让你觉得托大骨板，顽固不化。可我们好歹也是这座城市的一份子，和你一样，领受着苍岭城人民给予的食粮。就让我们为这座城市共同尽一份绵薄之力吧。
As a sage once said, do it despite the insurmountable odds. Pour your heart and soul undeterred by skepticism. A leader of Wei Shi once said, we Wei Shi seek nothing but the truth. We offer our utmost in every endeavor so we won't have shame or regrets.
青之敬他们那边怎么样了？
从各处分队反馈的情况来看，不容乐观。
时间所剩无几了。
市政管线的日常维护是我们负责的，我们最清楚这任务有多难。我不是想在这个关头再给各位泄气，但说真的，我觉得想要赶在倒计时结束前完成，除非奇迹发生。
In the Spring Equinox neighborhood. Hello, Equinox Neighborhood Service Center. How can I help you today? Oh, everything's cool. I just wanted to know what's going on outside. Why are there so many cop cars and fire trucks zooming around? Well, there are still people who don't know. I see. I see. Sorry, but we're not sure either. Our superiors haven't given us any info. Hold up, we got another call incoming in. You guys should have just... Hello, can I help? How can I help you? I saw like 5 or 6 dudes messing with their sprinklers on the street. Are they up to some sabotage or what? The government said someone was going to attack the central agricultural system, right? We'll pass this info into to our superiors. No, just wait a sec. Understood. We'll spread the words immediately. So they still... Yeah. So they told everyone to stay inside because of the whole blight thing, but they didn't tell people what they were going to do to try and stop the spread. That's why you gotta be more transparent. You gotta really tell, man. In the Spring Equinox Neighborhood Group. Thanks for all the reports, folks. Our superiors confirmed that those workers are from the government. They are just shutting off the sprinkler valves, so no need to worry. Okay, there you go. Are those workers under my place too? But the Spring Equinox Road is like 10 miles long. They ain't seriously gonna turn off all the valves, right? I mean, that's impossible, don't you think? Come on, think about it. Why would they do that if they had any other options? Something must have seriously messed up the central agricultural system. So are we just gonna sit here and do nothing? Well, what's your suggestion then? Does anyone know how many valves are there in this city? I've worked on municipal systems. While I don't have the exact count, I reckon there's got to be at least a couple 100,000. How many people they got in the government? Like 2,000 or 3,000 tops. When I spoke to them at the Bureau of Health and Welfare, it was clear they don't have enough manpower. Basically, they can't close all the valves themselves. I'm freaking out watching from upstairs. Let's just go down and lend a hand. The government told us not to leave our homes. Then you can stay cooped up at home all you want. I bet your barbecue barbecue business will thrive when the contaminated water sprays all over the city. I agree, if we help them now, all we need to do is close the valves, but if they fail, we'll have to hold our breath. Whatever, I'm heading down. I'm already down here helping them shut off the valves. They're grateful for the assistance, and it's clear they're short-staffed. Do you really think they care if we go out or not? Just join us and lend a hand. Neighborhood group. Just contacted all residents of building number 5 and everyone has agreed to help shut off the valves. Building number 15 is on it too. Count us in. Building number 9. Building number 21 is on board. We're heading out now. Anyone wants to join us, come along. In the Green Rain neighborhood group. Not staying put. I'm heading downstairs. Count me in too. If anyone wants to tag along, just let me know. We'll team up. Hey, where's the dude who said he worked in municipal construction? Show us the valve blueprints. Teach us how to shut them off. The thing, I'm uploading the blueprints right now. Give me a sec.
我的下属刚刚汇报说有新情况，朋友们，看看这个。
Surveillance screen of the Bureau of Civil Security is displayed in front of all directors. Previously empty streets are now filled with people. The residents of the entire Sangling city spontaneously fled the streets, quickly surging from dozens to hundreds and then thousands.
请呼叫苍岭台。这和之前预想的可不太一样。
啊，是不是应该怪我们劝阻居民的工作没做到位呢？
当然不是，应该怪我，竟然一直忽视了苍岭城中最强大的救援力量。
阀门关闭数量开始直线上升了，大家都走出来关闭了自己附近街区的阀门。青之镜，看来我们终于是赶上了。喷灌阀门已经关闭了96%以上，剩余部分即便保持开启，也不会造成太大损害。
太好了，
请紧急联系，是新闻会的馆长发来的。
哦，对，信他们那边怎么样了？他们阻止了无实吗？
key. All Weisha and government staff are busy closing all the valves.
真是让我好等啊！
I'm sorry.
农先生将他的权限给了我们，只要有他的权限，我们随时可以强制关闭所有的喷灌装置。
哈，是吗？那太好了。不过在那之前，得先把拦路虎给宰了。
Bro, you didn't even give me an opportunity. Hang on. Bro, can I use my skill? What is happening? Jesus, move!
我没事。
I have to dodge like freaking after every attack I do.
火焰中绽放，以博渊之名，
与中行，禁止接触。
赦免诸罪。
Jin attempts a fatal blow with her lance, but is halted midway by Wusha's bear companion. In that moment, the lance pierces through the only part of the giant bear's neck not covered in bronze. The giant bear thuds to the ground. Wusha freezes, staring blankly at his falling companion. Seizing the opportunity, Zero pulls me along and we rush towards Nongsang Pavilion from the side. Before entering the pavilion, I instinctively glance back at Wusha and Shin, who are still facing each other. Wusha also happens to look back at us. Our eyes meet for a split second before parting. His calm gaze, like the sky hidden behind layers of clouds, reveals no glimmer of light. A sense of suspicion arises within me. Seeing that Wusha has ceased his attacks, the red-haired girl quickly changes her direction and retreats toward Nongsang Pavilion.
你是条花的哥哥，对吧？
Guga in Chinese is older brother. Convinced that Wusha no longer poses a threat, Shin puts away her lance.
我理解你那么做的原因，但是不可以，不可以让大家吃不上饭。
Oh right, that was the other downside. With the crops being infected, they become inedible. They stop growing. Because people are immortal, there's no need for food. After saying that, she enters Nongsang Pavilion without looking back. So it's like 3 downsides. Aggressive animals, no reproduction, no food. Gradually, the gate of Nongsang Pavilion opens.
欢迎您访客，请表明来意。
Hi, Gestalt. Where is the centralized agricultural system, or in this case, Wushi?
我不明白，你已经在中央农业生产系统之中了，你要做什么？
You need to change the system settings.
检测到高安全级别请求，请立即表明身份，出示授权证明。
Identify myself? Does this badge count?
请下达指令。
So this is it?
如果您是问授权检验，是的，已经完成。
Tell us where to change the system settings.
您应该是第一次来到这里。中央农业生产系统已经很久不使用传统的交互方式。我可以理解大部分直接的语言指令，但如果您更倾向于传统的输入模式，我将引导您前往输入终端。
No need, just deactivate all sprinklers in the city.
指令无法执行。自风林司长与青直镜上次修改系统设置后，喷灌阀门便已关闭，并未接到过开启指令。
No one has reactivated them, you say. Are you sure about that?
确认，全程252017个阀门均处于关闭状态。您是否要修改指令使其开启？但其中250039个阀门检测到手动闭锁机构生效，自动系统接管前需先解除手动闭锁。
No, that's not necessary. Just leave them closed as they are.
明白。中央农业生产系统喷灌子系统将继续待命。
Zero and I exchange a glance.
巫师没有开启喷灌系统。
I instinctively gaze at the sky outside the window. Although it is still midday, the sky is dimmed to an almost nighttime hue. Thick clusters of clouds conceal the sun, pressing down heavily. At that moment, I suddenly realized why Wushi displayed no signs of panic when Zero and I approached Nongsang Pavilion. Simultaneously, I finally grasped a situation even more dire than the activation of the city-wide sprinklers. Now I finally get it. Do you? Please enlighten me. You must contact Cheng immediately.
经紧急联系，是新闻会的馆长发来的。
哦，对，信他们那边怎么样了？他们阻止了巫师吗？
他们要我转告你，巫师根本没有开启喷灌系统。
你说什么？那他做这一切的目的到底是？
那位馆长阁下要我转告您，立刻让全城的所有居民回到室内。
Wushi does not pursue them. He casts his gaze downward towards the giant bear lying beside him. The heavily injured bear struggles on the ground, attempting to rise, blood gushing from its throat. Wushi squats beside it, gently patting the back of its neck, comforting his only friend.
休息一下吧。
In response to his touch, the giant bear emitted a low, plaintive whimper resembling a bear cub.
先生，我不知道自己究竟做的对不对。
Follow my heart, right? Clearly, he cherishes his sister deeply, and he desperately wishes to prevent her from leaving. However, he hesitated both in terms of the strangers and the city itself. At that moment, P ceases whimpering, and Wushi gazes upward as if he is sensing something. Oh, is the elixir inside the rain? Several raindrops abruptly land on his face and into P's mouth. Closes his eyes. If only this rain could fall in that spring over 10 years ago. How wonderful it would have been. Part 3 of Wushi. Like sand slipping through his fingers, the day arrived when the rice vat finally emptied. Unexpectedly, his father offered a rare smile and beckoned him to the yard beneath the withered tree, where they began to dig into the soil together. Soon a jar was unearthed. It held the Huangjiu produced in Jiangyin region, a fine brew made from fermented brown sugar and glutinous rice. It was the maiden rose exchanged for a calf a few years ago. He had never eaten glutinous rice or tasted brown sugar, so he didn't understand the purpose of digging it up now. However, a sense of relief appeared on his father's face, almost like a smile.
还有这坛酒。
His father gently ran his hand over the jar, his expression softening. For a brief moment, it seemed as though his father was not caressing a wine jar, but rather the girl who had left home long ago. His eyes were tender and gentle, momentarily causing the boy to forget the hardships he had endured over the years, as if he had traveled back to the day they had buried the jar several years earlier.
好酒如好饭，可以充饥。去叫你母亲备些碗筷吧。
Upon hearing that they still had a jar of wine, his mother's face lit up with joy.
是啊，幸好还有一坛酒。去拿些碗来吧。
His mother affectionately touched his head and spoke in a gentle voice. It had been quite a while since she had such a radiant smile on her face, not since Tiaohua had left. The boy drifted off for a moment, not noticing the grim determination that flickered in his mother's eyes. His father walked over to the table, holding the partially opened jar of maiden rose, and poured a bowl for himself and one for his mother.
都准备好了吗？
准备好了。
The two exchanged a glance and smiled, but the boy felt a bit confused. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Instinctively, he wanted to run towards the cellar, but his mother gently pulled him back. His father went to the door, holding his pitchfork. Outside the door stood a traveler. Unlike the strangers they had encountered before, he appeared travel-weary but maintained a polite demeanor.
主人家，请问你们可还有些吃食分给远来游人？我愿意买。
Asking such a question in a place like this felt like the cruelest joke. However, the traveler's demeanor seemed genuine. His father shook his head and opened the gate, allowing the stranger to see the empty courtyard.
袭击于时19空，好不容易找到一户人家，又是如此。这个香味，莫非是江阴玉的女儿红？
His father shook his head, his grip on the pitchfork tightening.
这是最后一坛酒，还要给孩子尝一尝，不能分给你。
这样啊。
The traveler's gaze casually shifted to the boy. His stare seemed to come from a distant place, piercing like an arrow. Under that gaze, the boy felt exposed and vulnerable as if he were a baby. Fortunately, the traveler quickly averted his gaze.
很不错的酒香，应当是3年陈，只都不过5年。可惜，女儿红18年以上，方为人间至味。告辞了。
When his father returned to the table and sat down, shouts and footsteps echoed again from outside the door. Those were the sounds the boy had heard countless times when waking up in the middle of the night, always accompanied by a nightmare he could never forget. This time, his father did not respond. However, after a few moments, a group of strangers burst through the doorway.
好浓的酒香啊！老家伙还藏着好东西啊！在哪儿？搜！搜个屁！东西不就摆在桌上吗？主人家，我们几次3番上门，看来你们仍是信不过我们呀。
这可不好啊！身为父母，应该给孩子做诚实的榜样才是。如此美酒，
独乐乐不如众乐乐，关起门来自斟自饮，未免太不像话了吧？
Mother tried to step in. She was forcefully pushed away, accidentally hitting her forehead on the corner of a side table, and then lay motionless. His father let out a desperate roar and lunged forward. The strangers raised their knives in self-defense, and that was how his father collided with the sharp edge.
真晦气！还好没打翻脚。
这男孩怎么办？
待会儿再料理。来，先喝酒。
He stared at the strangers who were engrossed in their indulgence, with a vague sense of something amiss but lacking complete comprehension of the situation. His mind was clouded, drifting in an unknown and hazy realm. Then he saw the strangers losing their grip. The bowls in their hands slipped and shattered on the ground. The strangers clutched their throats, their bodies convulsing, unable to utter a complete sentence. A few breaths later, the strangers collapsed to the ground, as motionless as stone statues, their lifeless eyes fixed upon the cold bodies of the boy's parents. In that moment, the haze enveloping his mind began to dissipate. Everything had been shattered. Are we all ready? We are. So, that was the truth. The best wishes had turned into deadly poison. With weary legs, the boy stumbled toward the table and picked up his untouched small bowl. The jar was nearly empty, but he managed to hold it with great effort. He climbed onto the stool, raised the jar high, and poured himself one final serving. His tears mingled with the wine as they fell into the bowl. Just then, he heard footsteps from behind. He turned around to find that the traveler with the enigmatic gaze had somehow returned. The traveler surveyed the room in silence, eventually focusing his attention on the bowl in the boy's hand.
酒可是成年人的饮料，你还不到懂得各种滋味的年纪。西极玉可不常见到女儿红，给孩子喝，只会糟蹋了这来之不易的美酒。
Unperturbed by the lifeless bodies, the traveler approached the boy. With a gentle yet resolute hand, he took the bowl of wine from the boy. Then he closed his eyes and consumed it all in one swift motion. The boy looked up at the traveler, counting the beats of his heart. However, after a long time, the traveler slowly opened his eyes and released a contented sigh.
确是好酒，可惜太少。故人不住，流水易逝，佳酿难足。此乃人生三大憾事啊！
This is where he meets the emperor.
抱歉，实在是嘴馋，未得主人家允许，
Was already
擅自
immortal
喝
at
掉
this
了最
point.
后一点酒。自古真经不可空取，美酒亦不可白饮。你大概还不知钱为何物，我便实现你一个愿望，全抵酒资吧。
He gazed into the traveler's eyes, which resembled deep pools of water undisturbed by ripples.
什么愿望都可以吗？
The traveler looked around and showed an awkward expression.
就算是醉话也说得有些过了，怎么能在孩子面前夸海口呢？让死人复活，太阳从西边出来的之类，大概是不行。但人力能办到的，你都可以说说看。
Behind the traveler, the door to his home stood open, and the two planks swung in the wind, resembling the wings of a dying moth.
请带我走吧。
带你走？去哪里？
去
Whoops.
哪里都行。我想找到我的妹妹。
好，你的妹妹叫什么？
条华。
他的名字是条华。
那你呢？
The boy pondered for a moment.
巫师。我的名字是巫师。
Anglin. A few days ago.
我需去办点事情，短期内都不会和你再见了。至于苍岭城内剩下的事，都交给你了。
剩下的事，
巫师，你有你的道，顺应你的内心行事即可。
Wushi remained silent for a while before nodding slightly.
谨遵先生吩咐。
The young man was about to leave, but then he came back.
先生，若无事无能，辜负了先生的期望。
不必担忧，巫师。无论你成败与否，结局都不会改变。道常无为而无不为，不欲以静，天下将自定。我深爱着钱的所有子民，我相信他们不会让我失望。正因这代的子民如此良善，我才如此笃定，他们必然会与我一同建立那永恒的桃花源。
Heavy rain. Oh, what the hell? It says heavy rain pours. Oh, it's automatically. Jesus. Streets with the world sense something unusual. No one realizes the impending impact of this rain except for Jing. Let me read this here, since it went by so quick. The rain, which has been accumulating above Sanglin City for an entire month, is now pouring down relentlessly. Heavy rain pours down. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Jing feebly raises her hand and catches a droplet of rain. The cerulean hue of the rain fills her with despair. Why didn't I notice that earlier? The river water turns into clouds and then into rain that falls on the earth. The ceaseless cerulean rain is now nourishing the entire city. Nature treats all lives between heaven and earth with equal compassion and fairness. He experiences a very long dream. The clouds are rippling amidst the gentle breeze. He stands on the ridge of a field, facing an endless expanse of green. The seedlings have just been planted and barely reach his calves. Stepping into the field, he bows down and tenderly caresses the delicate seedlings as if they were his own children. Grow up healthy, he murmurs softly. As if in response to his words, a gentle breeze sways the seedlings. He raises his eyes, observing the growing waves of rice. At that moment, he suddenly recalls the purpose of his presence. Before his mind can fully process it, his body instinctively springs into action. His legs, seemingly independent of his will, carry him forward as he chases after the surging waves of rice. How could he have forgotten this? The waves of rice have been the pursuit of his entire life. A human's life can be as fleeting as dew evaporating in the morning sun. The faster he runs, the taller the surrounding ceilings grow. He finds himself surrounded by a vibrant green sea of rice until he is completely immersed within it. The rice matures while his vitality diminishes, leaving him with a frail body resembling a withered tree. However, the seedlings remain strong, propelling him forward. The older he becomes, the taller the rice grows. When the rice reaches the height of sorghum, with stalks as thick as broomsticks and grains clustered like grapes, he stoops down, realizing that he can no longer walk. As he comes to a stop, the waves of rice cease their surging. This time, the waves do not crash forward but gather around him. Slowly, he sits down, leaning against the towering rice. He understands that if he were to fall into a deep sleep within his dream, he would never awaken again. The breeze gently rustles the waves of rice, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. He believes that this time he can finally embrace a long sleep without any regrets. Thus, he closes his eyes. The sound of a toddler's sobbing echoes in his ears. In an instant, he awakens from the dream. A refreshing breeze flows in through the window. As Nongji turns his head, he sees a familiar young face reflected in his eyes. He wants to greet the young man as he always did, but his throat feels dry and hoarse, rendering him speechless. The young man brings a glass of water to his lips. Nongji glances at the glass of water and shakes his head. The young man does not insist and places the glass back on the bedside table.
我做了一个梦，
是好梦吗？
应当算是一个好梦。
但你看起来睡得不是很安稳。
没法睡得很安稳，总有事情没有做完，总有实验没有做完，而且
Despite his old age, he displays an expression of anxiety akin to a helpless child.
我听见了哭声，孩子的哭声，我很怕，我很怕孩子们吃不上饭，吃不饱饭。他们要是饿着了，该怎么办？要是生病了，该怎么办？一想到这些啊，我就没法睡得安稳。
The young man places a comforting hand on his shoulder and gently pats it as if soothing a child, whispering softly.
没事了，那只是噩梦罢了。
我毕生的追求，就是让所有人远离饥饿。我不知道自己做的够不够好。
如果害怕，就别睡下去了。
However, Nongji shakes his head.
人得像种子一样，做一粒好种子，这样才能根深叶茂，知足果树。但有幸之物都要有个归所。白米得成人们的盘中餐，稻草得化作来年的春泥。这样，这颗种子才算不枉此生。
The young man lets out a gentle sigh.
这样，那就睡吧。你做得很好了，不会有人比你更好了，不会有人挨饿的，不会有人生病的。我向你保证。好好睡吧，做个安安稳稳的美梦吧。
That gentle yet resolute voice dispels all the echoing cries that have lingered around his ears. Nongji closes his eyes once more. In a trance, the nurturing and benevolent earth once again unfolds before his eyes. It opens its arms, welcoming him. This time he runs into its embrace and never looks back. The young man stands up, taking a moment to straighten the deceased old man's hair, and affectionately rubs his weathered face. Like a father caressing his most cherished child. At that moment, a hint of rice fragrance wafts into the air, our house. The young man's face shows a hint of surprise. Following the aroma of rice, he approaches the window. Outside the window, the rain has ceased. The autumn sun bathes everything in its glow, and the golden wind whispers softly. In front of the window, a small laboratory shelters a mound of fresh soil from the cerulean rain. Sprouting from the soil are clusters of rice seedlings. Cultivate with moon soil, experimental variety number 1. A sigh escapes as numerous memories and thoughts resurface one after another. He had so many chapters of life and so many names. Wushi calls him Master. The Sanglin municipal government refers to him as Fanglin. Nemesis recognizes him as the Sower. And the people of Jian reveres him as the ancestor of agriculture and the first emperor Jian. Jixia.
秋天还是来了。
I mean, it was pretty obvious from the last chapter who he was. Wait, that was it? Oh. It's so loud. Hello, Carefree Dot. Verdant mountains create a distant backdrop as white clouds drift through the sky. The city, enveloped in a gentle rain, exudes a quiet beauty akin to a painting. The falling rains will never trace their way back to the sky. Whose hands could they be? Only Zara and I are in this room, but are those hands really hers? I clench my fists, sensing a fiery sensation beneath my chest. Stealthily, a pair of hands creep up to my shoulders from behind and lightly clasp around my neck. Whose hands could they be? Only Zara and I are in this room, but whose hands are those hands really hers? A familiar voice echoes in my ears, a voice that I should unmistakably recognize, but why can't I recall its owner? That's impossible. The ethereal hands encircle my shoulders and clasp in front of my chest. At that moment, I realize the fiery sensation beneath my chest is not my imagination. The beacon of the library is now radiating tremendous heat. Grasped by those hands, it emits a golden brilliance. The radiance fills my sight, a ripple from a bygone era emanating from its core. My consciousness and memory abruptly halt at that moment. Cool hues fading, distant rivers, mountains blend. Reeds cluster, mooring a boat, a solace to lend. The majestic river flows quietly near the ancient bronze city, a boat peacefully anchored amidst lush reeds on the shore. Jixia places the pole in his hand down, stepping onto the damp soil on the bank. Something appears to be drifting with the wind. Jixia looks down to see a remarkably large feather gently descending onto the river's surface before vanishing into the waves. Everything seems normal, and Jixia does not immediately realize the feather should not have sunk. By the time he does, it is gone. Looking into the wind, he spots a massive avian figure among the tall grass, somewhat resembling a crane. The crane, symbolizing a spiritual essence, flaunts a millennium-long existence. Jixia reflects for a moment before a realization dawns on him.
去国远游100年千载后，归乡遇见的第一位故人竟是你吗？
The indistinct figure inclines its neck as if in agreement. A brisk breeze ruffles Jixia's composure. When he reopens his eyes, the crane is nowhere to be found, leaving only the rustling grass. Then the familiar sound of footsteps carried by the wind reaches his ears, prompting a sigh.
一路到此，真是好体力啊，姑娘。
这话应该我来说吧。
Not far behind him, a young lady holding a fan emerges.
我真想不到，以你的身份地位，为了躲避追查，竟然能自己撑着小木舟溯江而上这么远。我应该叫你什么？播种者、姬夏，还是出地？渊泉阁下叫我对你要有礼数，但你的所作所为，实在很难让人尊敬得起来。
虽然偷江边渔夫的吃饭家伙是有点卑鄙，但道义有道，我可是留下了足够买2艘船的钱的。
Jantan narrows her eyes.
揣着明白装糊涂。
Jixia mirrors her action, narrowing his eyes too.
这话才应该我来说。你有这个鱼慢条斯理的料理我吗？或者说，就算我肯合作，站住不逃，你有信心短时间内再次拿下我吗？你表面上游刃有余，实际上已经心急如焚了吧？一路跟到青玉城的，可不止你一个呀。有朋自远方来，为师社却不去招待一番，有违渊泉交给你们的礼数吧。
Jantan remains silent, but her gaze shifts towards the distant northern sky.
你不是也察觉到了吗？北方来的朋友们也对青之水很有兴趣呢。当然，我是无所谓。你要愿意在这儿开打，我也奉陪。反正我的时间多的花不完。只是这一架打完，你还能不能追上北方的朋友们？ 就不好说了。
Jantan's expression twists in frustration as she glares fiercely at Jixia.
我有个提议，既然你们的渊泉已经到了，不如把我留给他，你去追北边的客人。还是说，你觉得渊泉对付不了我？
With a decisive snap, the lady puts away her folding fan.
渊泉阁下早已纪律万全，你不过是瓮中之鳖。
Without any hesitation, the young lady swiftly heads north, vanishing like a shadow over the river.
瓮中之鳖吗？哼，青玉城倒确实是好大一个铜瓮，里面的千年王八不计其数呢。
Rain begins to fall on the river under the overcast sky. Without delay, Jixia strides towards his destination.
好了，各组汇报目前的情况。
报告无更新，一如既往。
还是没有变化吗？
是，自从谢文会的馆长阁下走后，就是如此。我们已经紧急调来了尖端的物理设备。 但不论以何种时空标度测量，现代科学体系的或密蒙知识体系的， 结果都一样。苍岭城的时空流动相对于周边已经静止，不，更准确的说法是被剥离出了原有的时间流，独立成一座与外界彼此隔绝的孤岛。这简直就像是
巴别图书馆。
我们找不到解开的办法。
现在也暂时不需要解开。我相信那位与我们一同经历了如此之多事件的馆长阁下，不会危害到苍岭城的人们。倒不如说，这是眼下最好的办法了。轻易的源头还没有除去，只能暂时冻结所有受影响的生命的清化进程。
The young lady with emerald eyes gazes westward, adjusting her glasses.
馆长阁下，还有渊泉阁下，拜托你们了。
Okay, that was chapter 5. Yeah, honestly, the same vibes as the last one. Nothing really crazy or exciting happened. I'm still kind of sitting here like... Like, I'm not with the whole, like, immortality thing, but, like... Is that really... That's really Jisha's main motive, or main thing? Like, he just wants to make people of Qian immortal, and that's it? Nothing else? How does that benefit Nemesis in any sort of way? I'm sure we'll probably get an explanation in the next chapter. But, I don't know. God, these sound effects, man. They really gotta do something about the sound mixing. Because, man, it's... Ugh. Everything is so loud. Okay, well... Next chapter then, I guess. Maybe things will be a lot more interesting. Good card in your deck. That's the thing, too. Again, there's only 3 downsides to the whole immortality thing in this game, in this story. It's 1, crops and plants die out, so you can't, like... So there's no food available for you. 2, animals become more aggressive, more feral. And 3, you are unable to reproduce. Or humans are unable to reproduce under the infection of the blight. Right? Those are the 3 downsides to it. I would assume people would still feel hungry even being immortal. So even though people won't die from hunger, they'll still feel hungry. They'll still feel that starvation. That's gonna suck. Animals being more aggressive and feral, I mean, that's gonna be a bother to have to deal with them every single time, even if you can't die for them. And then not being able to reproduce. Currently, there's a woman that's pregnant in the story, and she looks forward to having her child, but if she's infected by it, she'll never see her child again. So there's the downsides to it. It's kind of weird. I don't know how to feel about this story. I don't know. Because when it comes to the whole immortality thing and a lot of other stories, it's always usually the method of gaining that immortality that's morally wrong. Right? In this one, I don't know if they'll ever tell you how Jisha was able to obtain this immortality, or how he even got the cerulean water in the first place. But so far they have not said anything about it. Living forever, eternal youth, or can't be killed. I think it's all of the above. Because Jisha, being the very first emperor of Jian, he still looks hella young. He's lived all those years. And he drank an earlier, and in this node right here in 517, he drank a wine that could easily, that was like at that moment poison basically. He drank it and he survived it. He drank a wine that was supposed to be left alone for 18 years, but was unearthed after like 3 years or 5 years or something. I think it was 3 years. And some strangers drank the wine soon after they died from it, like literally seconds after. Jisha drank it, he was completely fine. So it's living forever, eternal youth, can't be killed. It's literally all of that. But of course, but again, it has 3 downs. This elixir, this immortality, has a downside to anything that's infected by it. I say infected because it's in the water. It's waterborne. When the animals drank it, they became more feral. They became more aggressive. But you can fight them, you kill them, so it doesn't seem like the immortality affects them. Not only that, when the water comes into contact with the crops, with the food crops and stuff, the food crops, like, I think they like crystallize or something, or they turn to bronze or whatever. They become inedible. Overall, they can't be consumed anymore. They can't be harvested. No food. And if humans are infected by it, well, they'll be free of like illnesses or any like physical ailments. However, they can no longer reproduce. Jisha was behind it because he once said it himself. He doesn't want anyone in Tian to ever go hungry or to suffer again. Can they still eat food that comes from somewhere else? Probably. I know he said they can never go hungry, but I would assume people would still feel hungry. So I guess they mean to say like people won't have to eat anymore. But yeah, I would assume they'd still be able to eat food. They'll still be able to consume food, but it's not going to be a necessary nourishment for them anymore, or at least for them to live, since they'll be infected by the cerulean blight. They won't have to worry from death via starvation, but they'll still feel starved, I would guess. I will say that I do like that sort of spin on the whole immortality thing. Like, I guess. Because I never really thought of that. Like, being immortal, you can't die, so you don't have to worry about starving to death. But you can still feel hungry. I guess I think the other thing I do like about the whole immortality, or being, I guess, quote unquote, cursed with immortality, is that like you can't reproduce anymore. Well, that's different. But again, when it comes to the whole gaining immortality topic with a lot of stories and games and whatnot, it's usually the method of obtaining such a thing. Even when immortal, your body still expends energy, so it makes sense that you need to eat to get energy back. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I suppose the major urgency behind this whole thing, that they'd go so far as to call it a disaster, is so they wouldn't have to relive the famine that happened in their region like over a decade ago. Because if they don't need food anymore to live, but they can still feel starved and hungry, then in a sense people would be experiencing that same famine from all those years ago. And it would be awful to feel. You just won't die from it. It's perpetual, endless suffering. So you know what? Okay, yeah, that's pretty good then. That's a good way to really show. That's a way to really show just how urgent and dire this situation could be, I guess. Well, I don't know about dire, because again, it's not like anyone's gonna die from this. But it is eternal suffering, if you really think about it that way. Of course, people could just leave this place and get food from other places. There's that. Unless people would be comfortable eating dirt. So I can kind of get that now. No reproduction is actually needed with the immortals, because what happens if you have a bunch of immortal kids? True. That's true. Especially if it's implied that you cannot age. Resource consumption would loop into infinity. Mm-hmm. That's a good point with the no reproduction is needed. But then there are people like the pregnant woman in the story that wish to have their child born. There are people out there who do wish to start a family or want to be a mother or a father or whatever. So there's that. Again, it's really just the difference and conflict between progression and stagnation. It's kind of what it is. On some Bleach shit. Mimi Huggy. Left arm of the Soul King, right arm of the Soul King. Chapter 6 seems to be the continuation of this. It looks like these story arcs are split in between, like, split into like 3 chapters each. So I would assume possibly that chapter 6 is the final part to it all. Maybe in this one we'll actually get a proper idea as to why this would benefit Nemesis, the antagonist group. So thinking about it right now, thinking through it all right now, chapter 5 wasn't that bad. I've changed my mind. It was just, I don't know. It still wasn't, okay, it still wasn't overall exciting, but like, what they're trying to do with the story isn't terrible. It's just, I guess, the delivery of it, I don't know. Did you have chat disabled at the start of the stream? No, I didn't. Did it bug out for you again where you were talking but you couldn't say anything, or what? Because I didn't see any comments. I didn't see anything at the very beginning. If someone was saying something or you were saying something, I didn't see it at all. Chat has been disabled for this stream. Really? I didn't see that. It might have been like even took a picture. It might have been like an internet connection thing. Sometimes whenever it'll say that if you lose like connection or something. If you lose connection to a live stream, it'll say chat has been disabled, I would say. Or no. Actually, never mind. It would say you have been disconnected from the chat. Never mind. I've never seen, okay, never mind. I've never seen the whole disabled thing before though. When has that happened? I didn't see anything like that. And this entire time, my stream hasn't had any issues. Don't think it was internet? That's weird then. I don't have anything in my settings that would do that. There's nothing like that, so I don't know what that could have been. I have no idea. My computer's machine spirit was tripping out. Trippy. Okay, chapter 5, huh? I will say the parts that I really actually did enjoy were the stuff going through, was when we were going through, Wushi's backstory. These, like, notes here that are, like, at the top and stuff. These were good. These were good. It had that emotional weight to them and stuff. But I don't know. It feels it's like a real, again, it's like the first 3 chapters of the story of this game. It's like a really slow lead up to like a climax. It's just a really slow build up that stretches for 3 chapters. Like, I want to be able to be... I want to be, like, hooked into it for all 3 chapters. If it's gonna, like, if it's gonna, like, extend that long. Like, chapter 4 was like, eh. Chapter 5 was better. But there were still moments during chapter 5 where I found myself just grabbing my phone and scrolling through Twitter. Especially that one scene where it was like the truck driver talking and shit. Talking about like all... I don't even know what he was talking about because I was on my phone. But it was like... but it was really uninteresting stuff. You scroll Twitter is insane. Yeah, I mean, if I don't feel interested in what's currently going on, then I kind of just want to look away for a bit. I'm sure someone would... What's cooking? Well, we just finished chapter 5. And it wasn't terrible. It wasn't overall... It wasn't bad. It had its good moments, but there were still times where I would just feel so uninterested. And like, the story wasn't super engaging or exciting. It really is like the first 3 chapters where it's like it's a really slow build up to something big. And then by the time you're done with that arc, it'll immediately drop back down. And we were discussing earlier with the whole immortality thing, the pros, the cons, and all that stuff. And how Jisha being part of the Nemesis group, how his actions benefit Nemesis. Because at the end right there, they were really trying to paint him as the big bad for this one, which he is supposed to be. But like, thinking about it, it's kind of like, is it really super terrible? It's not like he's killing people. Bro, I get infinite time to grind my gadgets. True. You know what? I'm on Jisha's side. Nemesis forever. Nemesis forever. There's still a few other things too that I had my gripes with, like the whole advancing Harvest Festival, even though the whole blight thing was like spreading, and withholding information from the public. But those have their reasons. You know, they don't want to spread, you know, panic with their civilians and all that stuff, and so I get it. And but then Gatches still put a time limit, weekly reset, wait time. True. I don't know how many chapters this game still currently has.
驶过的船只无迹可寻，越过的飞鸟。
Okay, good for you. What's warm up? 1,000 years gone. Here, let me clear this EX real quick. 5,000, bro.
阿斯蒂，将剑递给我。
Any activities besides story that are worth doing? There's well, there's side story stuff, which is essentially character interludes. Why is Ming here? We haven't even seen her. There's like character interludes, I suppose. This is the end game stuff, but I feel like I need to be stronger for this one. This is more side story, more end game challenges stuff, but I don't feel like doing those. Battles are very short compared to the amount of dialogue and scenes. That one I can forgive. I mean, a lot of gadgets do that. That one I can forgive. PGR does that too. PGR, Fake Grand Order. A lot of these gadget games have a lot of dialogue and story more than gameplay. Some more than others. The biggest criminal of them all for that kind of shit would be Genshin or like Honkai Star Rail. You would have to sit through 6 hours of pure dialogue and only to have like 5 minutes total of gameplay. Very nice. Super good. Amazing. Fantastic.
阿斯蒂，将剑递给我。
Heavy on FGO, 20 minutes of reading for a one-way fight. Yeah.
落座吧。 赦免诸罪。 无理之徒，落座吧。
That shit interrupts you, huh? It's annoying. Nothing annoys me more than having your attacks or your skills completely interrupted. The visceral reaction I had after hearing HSR. I shit you not. I remember one time while I was playing through the story for HSR. I think it was like on the side, I had like a half-hour video, I think, playing on YouTube. So I was watching that while going through the story for HSR. By the time the video was finished, they were still talking in HSR. They were still talking. The same quest that I had started, they were still fucking talking. And I was like clicking all the time while I was watching, selecting the choices the moment they popped up and stuff the entire time. But they still kept talking for this whole like 30 minutes. It was probably like 20-25 minutes of a video, but still it was like straight just dialogue. So after the video was done, after whatever I was watching was done on YouTube, I looked back and I was like, they're still talking. Grandeur River, Sangliu. So it's still like a preview. Chapter 6 is the most recent one, huh? Well, I guess I'll be reading through that next week then. See how this compares to Chapter 3. Because Chapter 3 wasn't bad. But, I'll have to see. But yeah, Star Rail had the... like, the amount of dialogue was abysmal. It just was not a great experience. And this is coming from... And, like... I'm okay when these games have long bits of dialogue. Like, for fuck's sake, I went through Polaris Bond. I went through Polaris Bond. That took me, like, 3 streams to finish. And each of those streams were, like, 5 hours long. I don't mind. I don't mind as long as the story is, like, good, right? As long as it's interesting, as long as it's really, like, capturing me, really hooking me in and stuff, right? But with HSR, it just wasn't... So, like, it was so bleh. You want to hear something really funny? The last time I played HSR's story was like the start of Penacony. That was the last time I played it, or played through the story. I still play HSR, but I only just do my dailies, right? But I was trying to go through the beginning of Penacony. Nothing but walking around and talking, right? Barely any gameplay to do. Barely any actual gameplay to do, right? And then it got to the moment where, like, there was that moment you have with like Firefly, and she like wants to take a selfie with you or some shit. And then immediately when it gave me the option to either take the selfie with her or not, I immediately, without hesitation, clicked no. And she was like, oh, okay. And then I just fucked right off. When I saw the option pop up, I was like, hell no. I don't give a damn about you. Get out of here. All you do is yep, 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 yep. You think I'm gonna give a damn about you? No way. I don't want a selfie with you. Get out. Go away. Divided Polaris Bond is my trademark for a very long read. I like reading as long as it's interesting. Exactly. As long as it's good. Like I think my most favorite part with Polaris Bond was the whole thing with like Schulz creating all or simulating all these different stories. I think that was my most favorite part. Because at first I was like, what the hell is going on? But then on the second simulated story, I was like, wait a minute, I'm starting to get it now. This is just Schulz. I thought that was really good. Didn't stay for long. I abandoned it around September 2023. Yeah. More uninteresting shit. Hell no. Yeah, I know, like, people are like head over heels for Firefly and all that stuff. And whatnot. But me, I was like, I don't care about you. I don't give a damn about you. Go away. I even watched that Firefly like trailer of hers. That animated like trailer or whatever the fuck, the PV. I still don't give a damn about her. Like it was a character we had just recently met, and you think I'm gonna have close feelings with her already? No, bro. Come on. It won't take more than that just for me to get along with someone like that. It'll take a bit longer than that. It was the same thing in this game, in Black Beacon, with Arishan. We barely got to bond with her on a personal level, and then when she betrayed, or when she quote-unquote betrayed us, I was like, oh, okay. Okay, bye. I still go back to read Aeon Reforged, the soundtrack and MGS references. Aeon Reforged is fantastic. From time to time, I would look back at the transcript for Aeon Reforged through the huashu.app site, just to look at some quotes, especially from Trillard. Trillard was the GOAT. President Trillard, the GOAT. You are the real bullet I fired into the world. Crazy. To reforge the spine of this era. Peak. That shit was peak as fuck. That shit was hella peak. Do not be the silent snow that causes the avalanche. Fire. Do not become death, the destroyer of worlds. Fire. Unity, indeed, unity has a price. And yeah, the music too. That music. You ever get those moments where you listen to like really hyped up music from any sort of fucking game or anime or whatever, and it gives you that sense of it gives you that freaking adrenaline or that thrill, that like feeling of like perseverance and shit. Yeah, I feel that all the time with so many different OSCs from PGR. Ikari, Fortitude, or Endless Path. I mean, I listen to that shit and I'm like, this is what hope and determination for humanity feels like, or sounds like. You hear that shit and you're like, this is the true measure of a chief. Peak. You know a song is good when it evokes feelings like that, and yeah, it's fucking incredible. The drop from Hikari, Endless Path, Under Dimension, Infinite Gallery, they're all fantastic. Bangers. I actually have like an unlisted playlist on this channel that's just all PGR OSTs. I have it unlisted though. I just listen to it on my own. I just wish they had like all those OSTs available on Spotify, which is a shame. Because some of the OSTs are like I can't listen to them on Spotify because it's like it says this content is not available, so it's either like region locked or like they were taken off Spotify. They were like taken down or some shit. So it sucks that I can't listen to some stuff. Like I can't like on Spotify and Under Dimension, Infinite Gallery, those aren't available. Luckily Hikari is and Endless Path, but other tracks like Dust, Lamia. Revelation Crossing Eternities in my memory stuck on my top list. That's, man, I don't know if I'd be able to do like a... Man, I should do a tier list for PGR OSTs. I should do that. Definitive tier list for OSTs. Everything S tier. Everything on the S tier. In my memory is automatic SSS Plus. Super good. There was one night I did this just out of pure fun and curiosity. Just for like a little bit of context to what I did. I remember Carefree Dot was there too during a Final Fantasy 14 stream. There's a boss in 14 that very, very heavily resembles Primal Projection. So for that boss fight, I muted the music in 14 and just played like Under Dimension instead. Yeah. You were there for that. So what I did one other night off stream was like I just looked up different boss fights from 14 and muted those videos and then just played PGR OSTs over them to see how well they'd fit. Not bad. And Kratos fight the same way against Teddy and against Lucia. Yeah, that was good. One fight I did, or I tried to sync up with. Let me pull it up here. One that I did was like I took Hikari from PGR. I took like I went for the extended one, and then just like played it over the Shinryu fight right here. I put it over the Shinryu fight. It actually like timed really well too. Actually, no, it wasn't just Hikari. It was like, because this Shinryu fight had two phases. For the first phase, I used what was it? It was like, what was it? Sunbreaker? Was it Sunset Breaker? Sorry. I used this. I started at a certain point from Sunset Breaker for the first phase of the fight. But in the video I chose for the Shinryu fight, by the time Sunset Breaker ended, it was right when second phase had started, was going to start, and that's when you would start playing Hikari. It was so good. And then another one was like, what the hell was his name? Mad Bomber or whatever. Mad. No, what was his name again? Brute Bomber. This frickin' dude. For him, I played Crank. I played Crank, and that one was really good too. That one was really good. Let me minimize this, or like shrink it. Let me see if I can try and do that right now, actually. Jesus. Like, here's this guy's OSC, right, normally. And all I did was just play Crank over this. It fit pretty well. It fit pretty well, I think. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. And then... played To Our Destiny over... I don't know why I closed it. Over the Golbez fight. Wait, what? Oh, PGR Golbez, whoops. 14 Golbez, yeah. But it was the orchestral To Our Destiny I used. The drum and bass version one I used for a different boss. But that was fun. That was fun for me. Alrighty. Well, that was chapter 5. Not too bad. It was alright, but still not enough for me to think the story is incredible. Not yet, anyway. Maybe chapter 6 this time. Maybe chapter 6 this time. Closing the night with PGR OCs? Yeah, I might just fucking start listening to that too. So, with that being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching, thank you for chilling with me, thank you for chatting with me, really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Tomorrow, as well as Wednesday, I'm actually going to play Yakuza again. Because this weekend, Friday and maybe Saturday, will be a PGR for the new patch, Wither to Shine. Ishmael Babi. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be on Friday. I don't know if it'll be on Saturday. I'll have to decide on that. Maybe Saturday. Maybe Saturday instead. And then Friday could be actually, I don't know what Friday could be. You know what? Maybe Friday I can play 14. I haven't streamed that in a while, so maybe I'll play that. Hell, I'll even do the whole like PGR OSTs over that shit, over fights too. Why not? Maybe I'll do that on Friday instead. Alright, again, thank you for watching. Again, hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow for some more Yakuza, like a Doragon. Thank you. Bye bye.
驶过的船只无迹可寻，掠过的飞鸟一去无踪。那么你呢？你又是否只是一缕虚幻的云烟？